each time my phone would ring with a Houston number, I'd have to kind of take a second to compose myself. They asked, would you like to come join the 22nd group of astronaut candidates? And I don't think I've ever had such a strong physiological reaction to something. Of course I said yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your newest astronaut, Jasmine Mobili.
Each time my phone would ring, I joke sometimes with the members of Crew 7 that we get along so well that we've never had a disagreement about anything. The 22nd group of astronaut candidates. All four of us are so proud to represent such a strong, what is possible when we come together reaction to something. Ultimately, everything we do is to benefit the Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen, your newest astronaut, Jasmine Mobili.
And this is the second launch to space for the pilot of Crew 7, Andreas Mogensen. He previously flew on the ISRO mission in 2015. Here's more on the Copenhagen, Denmark native.
All four of us are so proud to represent such a strong, what is possible.
We explore the world not just physically, but also mentally by doing experiments that increase our knowledge of the world and the universe. And that comes from a need to understand the world that we're part of and a basic curiosity that I think all humans are born with. My name's Andreas Mogensen, and I'm the pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Copenhagen, Denmark, but I spent 3 years in Thailand, 2 years in Singapore, 5 years in California. When I moved to California as a kid, I started learning about NASA and the Space Shuttle program and of course the Apollo missions to the moon. And I was fascinated and hooked immediately. I knew that that was my dream, to become an astronaut. After too many years in one place, I can feel this itch and this need to travel again. And so I ended up working in the Congo and in Angola, where I worked on an offshore oil rig for a couple of years. Exploring space is not just about understanding the solar system and the universe and preparing the way for our return to the moon and our future missions to Mars, but it's also about understanding who we are and understanding our home world, the Earth. It's difficult to describe Crew 7 in a few words, I think, because we gel so well together. We seem to have very similar personalities, very easygoing, very laid back. It's almost as if we've known each other for years and years and years and have lots of experience flying in space together. I did have moments to myself during my 10-day mission in 2015 where I spent time in the cupola looking down at our beautiful Earth, but also out at the night sky. When you look out at the night sky from the space station, you see billions and billions of stars, and it's very, very impressive. And it also gives you a sense of how large the universe is, how infinitely large it is. And it very quickly puts things in perspective. You very quickly realize how small and almost insignificant the Earth is, and how small and insignificant we all are in relation to what's out there, simply because the universe is so large. And I think that is exciting, because when something is as large as the universe, it must also mean that there are so many exciting opportunities and exciting discoveries waiting for us in the future.
Impressive candidates, the pilot and commander. Now you see Crew 7 on the move, passing in front of one of the most iconic buildings we have here at the Kennedy Space Center. That's the Vehicle Assembly Building. And
coming over here on site, it always just, you know where you are. Here I am at the Kennedy Space Center. There's going to be something good going on tonight.
Absolutely, and this is the view the astronauts have as they pass by the Launch Control Center. And as they pass the VAB, we are, of course, reminded, Jessica, as you know all too well, this is the same path that Artemis II astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, they will take on their way to Pad 39B for Artemis 2's return to the moon.
Yeah, it is incredibly exciting. And look right there. We have a beautiful view of the moon right now. That is gorgeous and such an inspiration.
Absolutely. And this is the same sight that the astronauts will see here. It is a clear Florida night. Winds are calm. We are 95% go in terms of weather. Nothing on the radar that looks like it will interfere. And as you mentioned, here on the screen can see that moon from their view.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it looks to be about a little over a half moon, and it is fairly well illuminated.
Yeah.
It's pretty bright up there.
In a couple of weeks, I believe we're heading towards a blue moon, which only comes around every
once in a blue moon.
Every once in a while. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you know, it's not obscured by the atmosphere. You have a more direct view since you don't have that obscuration, and it is absolutely gorgeous. You feel like you're closer to it. You know?
How about that?
The moon is 250,000 miles away, and we're only about 250 miles up from the Earth. So you're really not much closer to the moon, relatively speaking, but you feel like you're closer because of that view, that pristine view without the atmosphere. And there it is on the screen.
That's the view we've been talking about, and thank you to our Kennedy production team for getting that shot. It is a beauty and a reminder of exactly the exciting mission in Artemis 2 that is right around the corner, end of next year. Certainly preparations are happening right here at the Kennedy Space Center for Artemis 2. But we are focused tonight on Crew 7 and their launch, and they are only about 3 hours from lifting off from Pad 39A. Talking now about the mission specialists. He was inspired to be an astronaut when he saw the Apollo moon landing on TV as a child, and now this is his second space flight. We're talking about Satoshi Furukawa.
I think it's an instinct for human beings to broaden their boundaries and areas of activities. I think it's like the age of discovery. My name is Satoshi Furukawa. I am a mission specialist for NASA SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Yokohama, Kanagawa, which is right south of Tokyo. I was a very active kid. There were many mountain areas around the area I grew up, and so I love outdoor life. I played all day in the mountains from sunrise to sunset. The first human landing on the moon when I was 5 years old. I thought it was a great moment for humankind. I had a longing for space from my childhood. I wanted to be an engineer or an astronomer until my high school life. And when I was 17 years old, I had a chance to talk with my uncle, who is a medical doctor. And what impressed me was he told me that it is my happiest moment when a patient gets better and discharges. So I changed my future path and wanted to be a medical doctor because I would be able to positively affect people's life. February 1998, when I was working in a night shift in a hospital, TV newscaster mentioned that there would be new Japanese astronaut recruitment. Those selected would stay on board the International Space Station for 6 months and conduct many scientific research. I felt strongly, I'd like to do this job. My wife said, do your best. So I applied the audition. The moment I was selected as a Japanese astronaut candidate, you are hired, you are selected. It was the happiest moment in my life. Crew 7, we are international crew members living and conducting many scientific researches on the space station to benefit people over the world and also future space explorers. We are going to use the space station as a test bed for the future human exploration to the moon, Mars, and beyond. I am very proud of being a part of this excellent team of international partners and also researchers, engineers, flight controllers, flight directors, and so on. Because working as a team and working together, we can accomplish the big mission.
And here's a great shot, Jessica, rolling up to the rocket where you can see it right out your window.
Yeah, that's a great moment. They're arriving there on the pad, and once they get out of the cars and come around, they'll get that first unobscured view outside of the vehicles of their rocket. What a sight to behold, just kind of realizing that you are about to get up in that elevator and get on board, and then you will be literally leaving the planet.
There they are side by side, the rocket on the right and the launch tower on the left. And that's just, you know, a sight that a special few get to see. The hope is, with the continued progress of the Commercial Crew Program and NASA's efforts to commercialize low Earth orbit, and hopefully more and more people will get to share that view. And in fact, the Axiom missions and many of these other private space flights has made that possible for more than just NASA astronauts.
Yeah, I would say we are at an incredibly exciting time. You know, there are more and more ways to get to space for more and more people, and no matter how you look at it, that is a good thing, I think, for all of human civilization. It's really exciting.
Core on countdown. The crew have arrived at the pad on schedule.
At T-minus roughly 3 hours and counting, we got the confirmation that the crew is on the pad, and we want to talk now about our last mission specialist, cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. He has a master's in aircraft life support systems and is a freediving instructor.
It's a very natural thing for any human to explore. We want to see what's behind that hill, we want to see what's behind that sea, we want to see what's behind that planet. My name is Konstantin Borisov, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Smolensk, Russia, but when I was 1 year old, the whole family moved to Zhukovsky. It's a small city not far from Moscow. I was always attracted to water. Water is my comfort place. I found out that there is such a sport called freediving, in which we are switching our mammalian dive responses and we can actually do breath hold diving and stay there for long. I did a course and something clicked. It was like the day which changed your life to before and after. I realized that there are so many things we don't know about ourselves. People think that they cannot hold their breath for longer than 30 seconds. But when I did my first freediving course, I showed myself I can do over 2 minutes. And that's crazy because you understand that your brain tells you have limits, but when those limits are off, your brain is like, wow, maybe there are more things. So it expands the way you see yourself and the way you see the world and the way you see how free you are. It was actually part of my preparation process to become a cosmonaut. But the preparation process, I enjoyed it. It's a lot of travel, it's a lot of new knowledge, and there is a big adventure waiting for you, and I'm very excited about that. For those who ask what a spaceflight is, I would say that we have 3 big jobs on the space station. First job is experiments. Second job is take care of the station, doing the maintenance, repair what's broken, storing things, restoring things, cleaning up. And the third big topic is actually taking care of your body, because in weightlessness you cannot help but train. I think many people don't understand that technology advancement which we have had during the last 50 years mainly comes from space exploration. People get very comfortable with using their phone, and we have very fast computers in space motivates us to create those advancements. I want to take part in it, and I want to put my small stone into this pavement which leads us to the new asteroids, to the new planets, and to the new systems.
If you just joined us, we are T-minus 2 hours and 56 minutes until liftoff of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 7, a journey to the International Space Station for our 7th rotational flight. 4 new crew members coming aboard, and then about a week afterwards, Crew 6 and their 4 crew members will come back. You're looking at the top of the Falcon 9 rocket. You see the Dragon at the very top. And in just a little bit, we'll We'll see the astronauts walk across that crew access arm and into the Dragon.
You know, we complain about these night launches from our point of view and being up all night, but there is something special about them, isn't it? It's really spectacular with all the lights.
It is. It is special, and especially when the rocket goes off and just lights up the sky, turns night into like dawn. I always enjoy that.
Yeah, I think they are. The night launches are more impressive. Just the contrast in the sky, you know.
Absolutely, and you can see how still the winds were from that previous shot. The flags are not moving at all. Of course, we know it because the bugs are buzzing all around. Here we go with our commander and pilot, Jasmine and Andreas, making their way out for a view of the rocket.
And there it is, that traditional lean back. You got to try to take it all in, and it's a tall rocket.
And they've got a, as I understand it, a very rigid back to the spacesuit, which prevents them from actually turning their heads up. So you've got to turn your entire upper torso.
Right, and that with the helmet being integrated onto the suit, it adds that stiffness as well. You know, I remember these moments getting ready for my launch, and it's interesting because people ask all the time, you know, how do you feel? Are you scared? But the thing is, we are so well trained. We've gone through all of these motions so many times that even for me, when I was well into sitting in the vehicle, looking at my displays, monitoring things, hitting buttons, you know, you're going through all of these training protocols, and it just feels like another simulation. I actually had to remind myself that this one was going to be real, that it was going to end a little bit differently. And then, of course, you hear a little bit of a fuel in the system, or you feel the rocket moving a little bit. Those things bring you back to reality and remind you that this one will have a different outcome. But, you know, it's not the astronauts that have any apprehension or are scared thinking about what's going to happen, because they're going through all of those motions that they've been so trained to do. It's really more for the families and friends that are on the ground. They're less familiar with everything. They don't have a full understanding of it. And of course, their loved one is sitting on the top of the rocket there. So, you know, it's interesting. People think that it's us that are worried about something on launch day, but it's really not. We're very well trained. We have trust in our hardware, in our systems, and all of the people on the ground watching everything so closely. And, you know, I know for me, I was just nothing other than 100% excited that my childhood dream was finally going to come true.
100%.
Here they come.
And I believe Anne McLean was in this group.
Yeah, there she is by the phone. There's a telephone there on the corner, and that's one of the roles of the astronaut support person, since it's a little bit difficult to dial things on a telephone when you're in a spacesuit.
Yeah, there she is.
Yeah, she actually has phone numbers of whomever the astronaut or cosmonaut is going to call, their spouse, family members, whomever, and they will have an opportunity to speak with them before they board the rocket.
You see the chevrons, of course. Those lead to the slide wire baskets in the case of a launch pad emergency egress. If it were cloudy or smoke-filled, those white chevrons would lead the way. So they go opposite of the chevrons to go up, but they point on the way out to the slide wire baskets. And also note that you see the graded floor. In the case of emergency egress, there would be a lot of water coming down. The sprinkler systems would activate and be just a deluge of water, and that water needs to drain off. So to keep the floor from being slippery, all that water drains off through the grate.
Another aspect of our training, we are so well trained on all those procedures that, you know we would be able to execute those procedures and get everyone to safety in the event that they had to. You can see, looks like Andy hooked up to a little bit more cooling there again. It is a warm night here tonight, especially if you're wearing one of those suits.
80 degrees out here in the east central coast of Florida, right here on the Cape. Now, you were in this role that Anne McLean is currently doing. Now, did you have to learn, like, dial 8 to get out, and then 9, and then the country code?
Oh, yeah. I made sure that I had exactly the right series of numbers to press, because I really didn't want to mess up that call for them.
Yeah. Is it, I mean, you must hear the phone call, right? You're standing right there.
No, I mean, they will be talking. It's a little bit difficult for them because they have the helmet in and they're trying to get the phone handle in there. It's not a small cell phone. This is an old school real landline, kind of like a payphone. Looks like if you remember those, Daryl.
Oh,
I mean, we remember those, but some people watching might not remember those.
I do remember.
Oh, look, he's waving. He's waving on the cameras as well. I'm sure he's waving to his wife and 3 children.
This is the first time for an ESA astronaut to be in the pilot position in a Dragon. So Andreas making a little bit of history here on tonight's flight. Jasmine taking a look over the rail. That must be a sight out there.
It is. It's beautiful. So as the astronaut support person, once they finish with the phone calls and they get everybody in the vehicles, you're kind of just standing there, so you have a great view.
All right, there are 2 mission specialists, Konstantin Borisov and Satoshi Furukawa.
Taking it in.
They're getting a lot of looks.
Yeah.
Big wave, thumbs up. It's interesting about that elevator when they go in. If they were to ask, which floor would you like? There's actually a button that says space.
Yeah.
They changed the 255-foot level to space. Which floor? Space, please. Oh, yep, right away. Let me punch that up for you.
Always the best button that you want to press. But only the 4 of them will be making that final step to space. Everybody else has to come back down the elevator.
That's right. And there's Jasmine Mobelli, the commander, and Andreas Mogensen, our pilot, making their way across the crew access arm into the White Room. They'll get into the spacecraft, but first,
Core on countdown. Crew have arrived at the White Room and are preparing for ingress. We are on schedule.
Yeah, that other tradition that we talked about. There's the last signature that they'll have to dole out before they get all strapped in. You know, it's interesting when we talk about all these training protocols that we have and the amount of time that we spend training, particularly for contingency scenarios. You know, that's where we really want to make sure that our skills are sharp and we are ready for that in the event of any kind of emergency. We're ready to execute and get the job done. And most of our training for our ISS missions ends up being for launches and landing. And if you think about that, we're talking now about a 6-month mission on the space station, and that ride to space is only a few minutes and a number of hours before they get to space station, and coming down is usually even quicker depending on the profile. So it's really only a minuscule fraction of our entire mission, but because it is such a dynamic phase of getting to space and coming back, that's where a lot of our training is really focused.
And as it should be, as you mentioned, the most dynamic part. There's a lot of energy that is required to get into space.
Core on countdown. Crew ingress has started.
And you got to get rid of a lot of energy when you come back. There go our pilot and commander carefully getting in. They don't want to mess up that seal, so you'll see him take a lot of time to crawl over that entryway, the side hatch.
It's a cool view going down that access arm, isn't it?
It sure is.
Again, I think that night sky helps with the dramatic scene we're creating here tonight.
For sure, as we wait our 2 mission specialists to wrap up their phone calls, and then they'll be coming right down that crew access arm. We've been doing this for 3.5 years now, but that crew access arm still looks futuristic.
I'm sure quite a contrast, too, for the previous space flyers. You know, this is a whole new vehicle for them. So for both Andy and Satoshi, comparing the rides that they had before their first ride on the Dragon. Every vehicle is a little bit different in terms of the launch profile, the Gs that you experience, how it feels going up and coming down as well.
Andy talked a little bit about that in a press conference, comparing Soyuz with Dragon. And you, of course, flew Soyuz up to the International Space Station. And I thought it was interesting. He mentioned that his flight time to space was something on the order of 56 hours, which is almost double what the Dragon takes to get there. A lot of that is orbital mechanics, obviously where you're launching from on the Earth to get up to the ISS. But you had a long ride up.
Well, it depends on the profile that you fly. So a lot of times it is about a 48 hours, a 2-day profile. That was more common in the past. Now, actually, it's more common to do either a 4-orbit or a 2-orbit profile, which means it's only about 6 hours. That's what I had, 6 hours to get to space, so much faster. Oh, wow. And that is more common now. And now we even have the 2-orbit. So Laurel O'Hara, her Soyuz will be flying the 2-orbit rendezvous. So that is only about 3 hours, and that happens very quickly. That was being tested about, when I was up there, it was still being tested only on Progress vehicles. Now we're doing it with crew vehicles too. So that's the way to travel. Two orbits, 3 hours to get to space. Not bad. Can't complain about that.
Not bad at all. I did not know that. That's interesting.
One of the big differences for them, you can see the windows in the vehicle right there on the sides of the vehicle. For the Soyuz, everything, we also have windows on the sides. I was in the left seat, so I had a window right next to me to my left. But during launch, those are covered by a fairing. So you can't actually see anything when you're taking off here on the launch pad. From what I hear from other Dragon flyers, the view is spectacular of the launch pad area when they're lifting off. So those windows really, really come in handy. Thomas Pesquet tells me those windows are also really useful for viewing the northern and southern lights, the aurora from space station. When the Dragon is docked, the orientation that you have looking out those windows, you can spot those aurora and see them coming from hundreds of miles away and get your cameras ready. And that's opposed to when you're just looking out of the cupola, sometimes you don't see them till they're already there, and then you're frantically getting your camera ready and trying to capture it, and sometimes it's too late. So those Dragon windows can give you a little bit of a heads up to get configured for the aurora.
How about that? I mean, it's on my bucket list just to see an aurora from Earth. I just imagine what it'd be like in space.
Well, Daryl, people make fun of me for saying this, but it's still true. I've only seen them from space.
How about that?
Maybe that sounds a little bit annoying. I would love to see them from Earth as well, but it's nice to still say for now, I've only seen them from space. I was in northern Sweden last year hoping to get a view, but we didn't.
Yeah, it's got to be just right in order for that to happen. You got to have some, as I understand it, some solar particles coming your way, right?
Yeah, you have to have the right things happening out there in the solar system, but also have to have good weather here on Earth so that your view isn't obscured by clouds or.
And here come our mission specialists. On the left, Konstantin Borisov, and on the right, Satoshi Furukawa.
They're even dancing their way down the hallway.
Oh, they're loving it.
Oh, another tradition. A lot of times our astronauts and Konstantin here, you can see taking the name tags of some of their ground support personnel, and they'll be flying those to space with them.
That's got to be really special for those technicians.
Absolutely. I mean, they're playing such a critical role, especially those connections you have with those people in those moments leading up to your launch. Really has an incredibly strong bond you have with those people. Any good astronaut or cosmonaut always has a Sharpie with them. I don't think there's a Sharpie pocket on this suit, but the technicians are handing them Sharpies to get this job done.
Yes, in fact, it's on the to-do list. make sure that the Sharpie is in the white room. And you saw briefly Satoshi holding his arm up, and those zippers, they have zippers on each arm, zippers on the leg. Those got to be zipped up nice and secure so that that pressure suit functions exactly as needed.
Yeah, there's actually 2 layers of zippers. That was probably just the external one, so there's a redundancy there. The main pressure is held by the lower set, the more internal set of zippers. Another critical component of the way we do
Core on
things at NASA.
countdown. Seat 1 and Seat 4 are beginning their ingress into Dragon. We are on schedule.
You know, safety always comes first. We always have a lot of built-in redundancy to each system, including the spacesuits, to make sure that we can keep everyone on board safe. Another big difference that I'm sure Andy and Satoshi are feeling right now is the difference of the seats between Dragon and the Soyuz spacecraft. You know, you have a much more natural kind of sitting position in Dragon, a lot roomier for you to stretch your legs a little bit. You know, their heels will actually be kind of clipped in, not clipped, but there's a little runner there that you slide your heel in. It's a little notch in the boot. You slide that onto the boot plate to help secure your feet for the launch and landing process. But while they're sitting there on the launch pad, they can take a foot out if they want, stretch a little bit, and move around.
Kind of like a ski boot and a ski, or a, you know, cycling shoes that have those.
Yeah, kind of like that cycling shoe, but a little bit of a different mechanism. It's just kind of a front to back slide. You can see Andy looking up at the displays there. Looks like he's configuring something or checking something on the monitors. And Satoshi and Konstantin getting strapped in. They have their little satchels, that's what they call them, on their knee there. They have a tablet, so they have procedures on the tablet. If they have a few small items that they might need during the ascent, they can have them in that little satchel as well.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of NASA's SpaceX's mission known as Crew 7. Good morning to you. It's 12:48 Eastern Time here in Florida. And we're showing you live coverage here at the Kennedy Space Center. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, joined by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, giving us some great insight tonight. If you'd like to ask a question of Jessica, just jump on our social media channels, Facebook, X, and YouTube. Put in the hashtag #AskNASA that you can see at the bottom of your screen, and we'll get that question on the air.
Here's some helicopters in the distance, maybe clearing the range, checking up on things, making sure that everything is good in the surrounding area. The Ninja in there making those final configuration checks, making sure the crew is strapped in correctly to be safe and comfortable.
Another one of the key components on making their way into the Dragon is being aware of FOD, right? Foreign object debris. That's a big deal in space flight. They wear special pads on the bottom of their boots that come off once they go in. And then, of course, those technicians want to be aware of anything that falls off the astronauts and make sure that they collect it. You certainly don't want something floating around inside the Dragon when you're launching.
Yeah, and it's true. Everything floats. I remember that when we made it to space, and you never forget that moment when you first experience weightlessness. But everything experiences weightlessness. So any little particles that were down on the ground that you don't even see, you don't even notice because they're on the floor, everything kind of starts lifting up and coming up. So you really want to avoid having anything else in there that can float up and get lodged somewhere in the hardware or get in your eyes or something like that. But stuff you never really think about, here on Earth. Those are the little things that make living and working in space more difficult, but a lot more fun as well.
Do you remember anything in particular that floated up that you weren't expecting?
No, not really that I wasn't expecting, but that moment, I didn't know about the little particles or dirt pieces on the floor or stuff like that. I hadn't really thought about seeing those things lift up. But I had my tablet strapped to my leg, and I also had a little stylus that was on a lanyard strapped to that. Your pencil or stylus is floating there in front of you, and you never forget those initial moments of weightlessness. Pretty dramatic when you have that last engine cut off and suddenly you're in weightlessness and it's prolonged. Almost everybody has been on a parabolic flight at least before their mission. So you've had some periods of weightlessness, but those are usually only about 30-35 seconds. So you don't have that prolonged feeling. It's totally different. I felt like a bat hanging upside down, and because the blood is all rushing to your head.
Yeah.
Because, of course, gravity is not pulling it down to your feet like it's doing for us sitting down here on Earth. Like you're hanging off the monkey bars, that kind of feeling of all the blood rushing to your head, and then it just doesn't go away. You kind of get used to it, and your body adapts a bit and becomes accustomed to the feelings, and you have a little bit of a redistribution of your body fluids, so things change over time. But, yeah, I just felt like I was hanging upside down, and here you are.
You notice that. I've noticed that when I'm watching interviews on the International Space Station, some astronauts will look fuller in the face, and that's got to be exactly what you're talking now. Their blood pressure and all the pressure of the fluids internally are now going to distribute differently in space, right?
Yeah,
you actually look different.
Yeah, the pressure kind of remains the same, but you have a redistribution of where the fluids are. So
Okay.
yeah, exactly. You have this upward shift because we're not pulling things down with gravity. So yeah, some people have a much fuller face.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. It gets rid of those under eye bags and wrinkles. Very flattering, microgravity.
Okay. I remember what you did on International Women's Day. You wore a dress.
I did. Pretty sure that was the first dress in space.
I think it was. And that clip really stands out online.
Well, I think it's important, to represent everybody.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so nice about the makeup of our office and of the partner agencies now is that you do have so much diversity in the office. Astronauts don't just look like one thing anymore. They don't come from one mold. We have people in our office that are, still the traditional military test pilots like the first astronauts, but we have scientists of all types. We have medical doctors. We have engineers. We have men. We have women. We have people from all different ethnicities and backgrounds. And, that makes it just a much more interesting place to work. There are so many studies on the ground, right, that show that we have more successful, more productive teams when we have that kind of diversity and actually much more job satisfaction as well.
Mm. I believe we have a social question as the astronauts are getting comfortable in their seats, got their harnesses on. Coming up in a little bit, we'll be articulating their seats up to launch position. And here's our question from Savannah again, who is here taking everything in with the NASA social group. How is it decided, Jessica, who gets to go up on each designated mission?
Well, it's certainly not decided by us, I can tell you that. And we have a chief astronaut for each space agency. And for us, that's Joe Acaba. We talked about him. We saw him in the suit room. And basically that chief gets to decide who is the right person to fly for each mission. And we get approval from people above him, his bosses as well. But he's really responsible for forming those crews and getting everybody assigned on their missions and making sure that he has a nice crew complement.
And there's certain skill sets. All astronauts, as you mentioned, are not the same, but then there are skill sets that once combined with a crew
Dragon, ready for comm check.
are complementary.
Copy, Dragon. Stand by for umbilical comm check.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, now for the space station, we all have the same training. So everybody is trained on everything from science to spacewalks to flying the arm.
CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, comm check.
Loud and clear, help me.
Core, loud and clear.
Has you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
This one has you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
So I have you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
Tech Dragon, woke up.
So we just got good comm checks with each of the crew members aboard Crew 7. Going from left to right, we have Konstantin Borisov,
SpaceX Dragon, ready for seat rotation.
Andreas Mogensen,
Copy, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
Okay.
Jasmine Mobelli, and Satoshi Furukawa.
And Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Copy.
So there they go. With a big wave as they rotate the seats upwards so they can be better configured for launch, of course, and also they'll be able to see their display panels directly in front of them.
Yeah, and the main reason why we want to launch and land in that position is for the G forces, the gravitational forces that we experience. You know, get up to 3 or 4 Gs on launch and landing, on a nominal launch and landing. And when you take those G forces through your chest, so when you're on your back, those forces are coming straight down, so they're hitting through your chest. That's much easier to deal with than if you were sitting straight up, then they were hitting your head. That would really drive the blood out of your head, and that's why, you know, if you're flying a jet, that kind of
Dragon
thing.
SpaceX, seats are in the launch position. You are go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
SpaceX Dragon copies, proceeding to Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
So yeah, if you're a pilot and you have those G-forces that you're experiencing while sitting up, the blood can drain from your head, and that's why you can get dizzy or lose consciousness, and you have a G-suit on, or maybe you do different maneuvers to help counter that. So it's much easier on the human body to take those G-forces through your chest. And we train in centrifuges as well so that we become accustomed to what those G-forces are, how they feel, and make sure that you can still feel comfortable, function with what you have to do. For me, for the Soyuz training, we did a lot of that in Star City with the centrifuge. We went up to 8 Gs, and we also did some landing profiles under the G, so you're in the centrifuge and you're controlling where your descent is to make sure, you know, to see what that would really feel like for the real day. And actually, I was pretty surprised. You know, taking those Gs, as we said, through the chest is a lot easier to deal with.
8 Gs is a lot, though.
8 Gs is a lot, and that's a lot more than you would experience on a normal launch and landing, but that would be for the Soyuz for a ballistic entry. If you had something a little bit off nominal with your re-entry and you went into that different type of profile, you could experience around 8G. So that's why we train for that. The SpaceX crews do centrifuge training as well here in the U.S. And I'm not sure what the maximum of that profile is. They probably fly similar. I think they actually fly the real Dragon profile for launch and landing, which would be up to around 4 Gs.
We're getting great stuff from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down to liftoff of Crew 7. Now just T-minus 2 hours and 25 minutes and counting. But hey, you don't have to be an astronaut to share in this experience, folks. Take a look now as our Crew 5 astronauts explain how you can get your virtual guest passport and be part of the excitement.
Did you know there's been over 1 million registrations in NASA's virtual guest program since May 2020? From your neighbor to the Crew 5 astronauts, you might be surprised who is a NASA virtual guest.
Do you have Mars 2020? I do. Do you have James Webb? Sure do. Do you have Crew 5?
Well, I've got it here, and you guys have it here, but I missed it here.
We conducted over 200 science experiments and technology demonstrations on our mission. We love being part of Expedition 68. We even remembered a virtual guest passport for Einstein, our freefall indicator, but we forgot to register and missed the stamp.
Even if you're doing existing research, never miss a stamp from NASA's virtual guest program. Whether you're en route to the International Space Station or located anywhere around the globe, register at nasa.gov/virtual guests to receive updates on missions and milestones. As a virtual guest, you will receive curated resources and a stamp for your passport following a successful launch.
Remember, you only get the updates and stamp if you register.
I joined. I won't miss it next time.
If you missed the QR code, you can jot this website down. Just register on nasa.gov/virtual guest. It's all one word. You can see it on your screen along with the QR code.
Be our guest. We want to have everybody here with us along with our mission. It's incredibly important to us. This isn't our mission, not as the astronauts or cosmonaut on board. This is everybody's mission. All of our agencies, all of our countries, really the entire planet and all of humankind. And we really do take that seriously. It's a lot of responsibility, but we want to be able to share it with everybody. It's an important part of the job. Good view of their boots there. It's the second iteration of the boots, I believe, or maybe even third. The early Demo 2 and earlier missions had a different style boot.
Yes, Andreas Mogenson's knees and boots are prominent in this particular shot. And once they test again, the pressure suits, we'll see those inflate and the crew members will kind of get a little bit of a zombie look to them. Arms will come up a little bit because, yeah, when your suit's pressurized, it's going to make you look a little inflated.
Yeah, and working against that pressure, it's kind of like squeezing an exercise ball. All of your motions are a little bit more difficult to accomplish in that pressurized state. But of course, that pressurized state is really only there to protect us. If for some reason we had a depressurization in the capsule, at any time during the space flight, those suits would inflate and they would protect us, still provide us with the air that we need to breathe and protect all of the systems of our body. So that's why we wear them. Nominally, during the mission, you would never have it inflated at all, just during these pressure checks to make sure that it works.
You would never wear this suit outside of the Dragon. This is just in case, something breaks the hull or somehow you lose your atmosphere inside the Dragon.
Right, absolutely, that's correct. So the spacesuit that we wear to do spacewalks on the space station, the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, or the EMU, much different than these suits.
Dragon, we copy and concur for good suit leak checks. Closeout team will be performing its final closeout steps. You are go to proceed to Section 4 and report when ready to close the side hatch.
Check Dragon, also proceeding with Section 4 side hatch closure.
Good news. 4 good checks. You can hear Jasmine speaking to the ground and getting ready for those next steps.
And the SpaceX team and Crew 7 is right on schedule. We got a split view now. On the left, you're looking inside the Dragon spacecraft, Crew 7, and on the outside, technicians working to inspect the seal, both on the inside of Dragon and on the outside, before they close that side hatch.
Dragon crew is ready for side hatch closure.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, really important.
Copy, Dragon. Crew is ready for side hatch closure. At this time, we are also going to proceed into our pre-launch comm checks.
Want to make sure nothing is along that hatch seal. Even a hair, something as small as a hair, can disrupt the seal. Another reason why those ninjas are all really covered up so that they don't, have anything fall in when they're going in and out of the hatch.
In fact, we did have a hair breach the seal and had to reopen it up on a previous mission and get it cleaned out.
Exactly. Another reason why we do these checks, to make sure everything is in the proper configuration before we go.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
Core has you loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC, on countdown 1, comm check.
DC, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. And Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
LD, loud and clear. Let's go fly.
Let's do it.
And Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Dragon copy.
So we just had the communication checks across the ground stations and the TDRS satellite network. You need a lot of ways to be able to communicate with a spacecraft when it's accelerating at a high rate of speed going up to space, and then of course once it's in orbit. You're watching live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA's Daryl Nail joined by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down to liftoff. Crew 7 got up early this morning, T-minus 7 hours. Had their medical checks, their pre-launch meal. Got suited up at roughly around T-minus 4 hours. Drove out to the pad. Arrived at the pad at right around T-minus 3 hours and change. And since then, they've gone up the launch tower and into the Dragon, where they are strapped in, secured, had their suit leak checks, individual comm checks, and spacecraft communication checks. And now we are awaiting the closure of the side hatch. And we've got a range of time in which this can happen.
Yeah, we're looking pretty smooth so far. Those good leak checks, good comm checks. Crew is all situated and ready. I think those feelings of anticipation are building up now as they start thinking about what's going to happen in 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
It will be exciting, and we will have all the best views. It certainly will be exciting, and we'll have all the best views as they go into space. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of SpaceX and NASA's Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station from here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We have beautiful weather for launch. We are 95% go. It doesn't get any better than that, Jessica.
Wow, I don't think I've heard a number that high for a while. Yeah, sounds great.
The 45th Space Wing started going to increments of 5 percentage points. They used to do just 10, but then they changed it to 5. Now the best you can get, it used to be 90%. Now it's 95%.
All right.
Can't ever get 100 though. It just has to be, 95.
Well, we've got a lot of overachievers on board. That's probably difficult for a lot of people in our office not to get that 100%. It is Florida, though. It's always unpredictable around here with winds, with thunderstorms, clouds. Luckily, we don't see any of that tonight. Or this morning, I guess I should say.
This morning, indeed. 1:15 a.m. Eastern Time right now here on the East Coast of the United States. If you're watching over in Europe or Japan, well, it's closer to the afternoon, especially over Japan. Of course, we have JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa. That nation, a strong participant.
(7:16 a.m. in Copenhagen), so Andy's fans are probably waking up. What a great way to start their day over there in Denmark. Great start to a weekend on a Saturday morning.
Absolutely. Wake up, have a cup of coffee, and watch your countrymen go to space. And once Andy, speaking of Andy, once he arrives at space station, he'll be able to take over as commander of the International Space Station. That's quite a responsibility.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's a nice experience to be able to have some different representation in those roles. You know, he's not the commander of this vehicle, but he'll be the commander on board the ISS, and each of those carries a lot of different responsibilities. And so our next step will be closing that side hatch. Is that right? Waiting for that move?
Yeah, that's right. We expected that at T-minus 2 hours and 13 minutes, but they have a window of time in which they can close that side hatch. And then they'll pressure test it, do the leak check on the side hatch. There's a lot of margin built in to the timeline. So that in case they have something come up, they have time to work it. We've seen that happen on a few missions prior.
Getting some more thumbs up from the crew, more waves.
And Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team is taking its final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
SpaceX Dragon copies. All items are secure.
Just like we mentioned, want to make sure that things aren't going to be floating away from them in the launch environment. Straps and Velcro are your best friend when you're in space.
I've always likened that call to the stow your tray table and put your seat upright, you know.
No in-flight service for them, but like that question that was asked earlier, there will be water and snacks.
And as we await side hatch closure, if you've got a question for our own Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut, just punch up hashtag #AskNASA on the social sites, Facebook, X, and YouTube. Jessica's doing a great job answering those questions and sharing her experience when she went to space. Here's a question. At Spacecraft 2-7, what is the main purpose of Crew 7's mission to the space station?
The main purpose of Crew 7's mission is to support the International Space Station in all of its science and operations during their stay there. So what does that mean? You know, now that we are at assembly complete for the space station, which we reached back many years ago, 2011, I believe it was, assembly complete, we have much more time for doing what we call utilization. So any type of scientific experiment or something that is flying as a hardware demonstration, those are our most important objectives. That's science that we are getting done. Of course, you have to do maintenance as well. You need to fix the toilet, change the light bulbs. We don't have those plumbers or electricians coming up to help us out, so we have to be able to do all the work ourselves. We do spacewalks. We have to do certain repairs outside the space station. All of those things are part of a nominal mission. Visiting vehicles will be coming to the space station with all of the cargo on board. We'll have to fly the robotic arm, capture those, and unload them. And we could talk a little bit about the science as well. You know, there are some interesting experiments that are on board with this crew. One of them is the crew themselves. We have a big physiology study called CIPHER. I think we're going to hear more about that later in the broadcast from some of the scientists involved, but that's a comprehensive physiological suite. It's about 14 different studies that are really targeted at comparing and contrasting different mission durations. So, you know, we have had short shuttle missions in the past. We have typically 6-month missions on the space station, and we have a few that were more around the year mark. We want to see if there are differences in different lengths so that we can try to forecast ahead toward our really long duration mission, which will be to Mars. You know, that mission right now with current methods
and
of
Dragon
technology will
SpaceX,
be about 3 years.
we are commencing a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
So when you go to Mars, it takes about 6 to 9 months to get there, 6 to 9 months to get back. You want to spend a good amount of time there on the surface as well to make it worthwhile. So that's why we call it about a 3-year mission. And we want to understand the physiology involved in that kind of length of a mission. So that's really what this CIPHER study is designed to get at. Try to understand the differences between these short and longer. You know, what happens between 6 months and a year? Is there just a plateau that is reached? Do things stop changing? Or do we have a linear increase in certain parameters or that kind of thing? We want to understand more about those experiments. There's a sleep in orbit experiment that sounds pretty interesting. I think Andy will be a subject for that one. I'm not sure, maybe someone else as well. That uses an earbud EEG, an electroencephalogram, to measure brain waves, look at brain activity during sleep. So pretty cool EEG on board. You know, I speculated that it would be so cool to have an EEG on board crew members to see what's happening to the brain when you first go up in microgravity for the first time, because you are navigating in this 3-dimensional environment for the first time. You know, sitting here, of course we're in 3D, but we're not really using things above our head, in the ceiling, on a ceiling, and that kind of thing. On the space station, we use all of the planes. We use the floor, the ceiling, all of the walls, all equally. And so you're navigating in this different way, and these different pathways are really forming in your brain in order to accommodate for that. It was a really interesting feeling I felt during the first few weeks I was in space, where I felt like my brain would actually do these flip-flops. If I went from the floor up to the ceiling and I was working there, you know, here on Earth, when we think about how we navigate and move around, it's all in relation to down, because we have this gravitational vector pointing down toward the Earth. When you don't have that in space, you know, suddenly there's no right or left. And if I'm up on the ceiling working, my brain would kind of reinterpret that as being the floor or the deck, as we call it on the space station. So then when I, you know, lifted my head up, I didn't know which way to turn, because, you know, I was on the ceiling, but my body felt like it was on the floor. And that takes a couple of weeks for your body to get used to. And I think these new neural pathways are forming. And such an interesting thing for me as a physiologist, because I felt like I could really feel that happening.
And Dragon SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
Go for Dragon.
Okay, Jaws, we'll keep this one short. At this time, the Dragon team and F9 teams are not tracking any issues, and you couldn't ask for better weather. How copy?
Dragon copies. Good to hear.
So you feel that up in space. You feel the difference of how your brain has this remarkable plasticity. Your brain can adapt in this new way. And after a couple weeks, I didn't feel that anymore.
You're saying you actually felt?
Yeah, you could sort of feel this flip-flop. It's a strange thing to kind of describe, but you could sense it almost. And then a few weeks later, that feeling was gone, and I was, more effortless in terms of navigating around the space station. You become really graceful in your movements. Just the tip of a finger can push you off toward one direction. So it's really interesting to see how the brain and the body are so moldable and adaptable and ready to just, take on whatever new environment it comes across.
Wow. And that Cypher study that you mentioned, that in dual components there, right? Not only physical, but also psychological.
Yes.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And both of those factors are involved in that study. So should be pretty comprehensive and give us a lot of data that will be really critical toward those future missions.
We'll learn more about that study coming up in our show inside of T-minus 1 hour. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we are 2 hours out. You're watching coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're looking down at the Dragon and the Falcon 9 rocket out at pad 39A. It's been a smooth countdown so far. Countdown proceeding nominally. Onboard Dragon spacecraft endurance. We've heard the communication checks between the Dragon team and the crew. We saw the astronaut seats. They were also rotated into flight position. We got the suit leak checks successfully completed. The closeout lead verified the cabin environments were good. We got the side hatch closed. And then after all that, the SpaceX closeout team will perform the final leak check on the hatch. Closeout team will actually depart the pad at T-minus 1 hour. And you are the ASP, the astronaut support person for Crew 2. You're still there, right? Yeah. Is the ASP still there, or have they departed?
You leave with the closeout team.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody remains on the pad for the launch. That would be bad.
Well, absolutely. I was wondering if they had already left, but
no. Right now they're
together.
still there. Yeah, that's right. So Anne is still there, probably hanging out somewhere around that phone area, and then she will leave with the closeout team.
Anne McLean, she's talking about, spaceflight veteran, NASA astronaut. And there she is.
There she is, yeah.
So those technicians, they stand by at that location. They are just on the other side of the crew access arm in the launch tower. And then you have a designated SpaceX team that is inside that white room. And as they continue to check that side hatch, been getting some great stuff from Jessica. Just fascinating to listen to you talk about all the aspects of space flight and the experiments that are going on and what it was like for you. We certainly know that space flight is not child's play, but did you know that every Dragon astronaut crew brings a stuffed toy with them? Its purpose? Well, when the toy starts floating, the crew then knows that they have reached 0G. That's the confirmation. And there's been a few of these over the years. Of course, as we've done our missions, that toy is called a 0G indicator, and there's been 8 on Dragon so far. Starting with this little guy, Plush Earth, floating around by himself in the first uncrewed flight test in 2019 called Demo 1.
That was Anne McLean again.
And it was, once she was on Space Station. This is a sequin bedazzled dinosaur named Tremor, picked out by Bob and Doug's sons. Then we go to Crew 1, Baby Yoda. The first stuffed animal, there's a penguin, Gwyn, the penguin, with Crew 2. And then Crew 3, the turtle, classmates Raja Chari and Kayla Barron, of course. And then you see the first humanoid. That was the Einstein doll floating around. There he is. We spot shadowed him. And then here, inside the International Space Station, there's Suhail, the mascot for the United Arab Emirates. So the question is, Jessica, what did Crew 7 bring?
You know, I do know what they have, but I'm not sure if we're supposed to reveal it quite yet. We're going to wait for the view? Let's wait for the view.
Let's wait.
When we get it
Dragon
in the view.
SpaceX, nominal side hatch leak check.
I can't tell you about mine. On Soyuz, we have this tradition as well.
Dragon copies, nominal side hatch leak check.
Good call there, though, on the side hatch leak check. That's good.
My commander brought, it was a small stuffed unicorn. I think it was from his daughter. So that was what we had to demonstrate microgravity for us. And really for everybody watching, because that's, you're still strapped in during all those moments. So it's difficult to tell if there's any weightlessness yet or any relative motion. But that's why you have the microgravity, the zero gravity indicator. Not truly zero gravity, so it's a microgravity indicator, I'd say. Or even sometimes called a 1G indicator, because you can see when you're back in 1G when you're landing as well.
So you use it on the way down?
I think so. I'm not sure if the Dragon they still have in the capsule on the way down, if it's secured or not. Yeah, it's a fun tradition, though, and it's, a group activity, or at least usually up to the discretion of the commander. Who's going to choose it? Maybe it's your first space flight. Children are often involved, so everybody gets to play along and have a role and see that microgravity indicator launching.
And while we've got a moment here, Jessica, we want to catch everyone up on our preparations for our first launch of a crew around the moon. First in more than 50 years. Let's take a look at our Artemis Moon Minute. For the first time, Artemis 2 astronauts got an up-close look at the Orion spacecraft that will fly them around the moon. Astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen visited Orion at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
And it looks amazing. Their handiwork is gorgeous. I'm ready to take it for a spin.
Until launch day arrives, the crew is training at the Johnson Space Center in Texas. They use the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, a giant pool, to practice safely getting out of a floating mock-up of Orion. And it's not an easy task. Navy divers in rafts will harness and hoist the astronauts into the air by helicopter, where they will be taken to a nearby Navy vessel. Back at Kennedy, we got a look at the brand new Artemis crew transportation vehicles.
So the first 9 miles of the journey to the moon starts in these crew transport vehicles.
On launch day, these fully electric, zero-emission vehicles by Canoe Technologies will reunite the Artemis II astronauts with Orion at Launch Complex 39B. NASA's powerful moon rocket, the Space Launch System, and Orion will carry them on the rest of the 250,000-mile journey to the moon. And that's your Artemis Moon Minute.
For Artemis updates, please see the QR code on your screen right now. Or you could visit the website at nasa.gov/Artemis 2. Certainly, you know all the crew members for Artemis 2, but also friends with the A2 crew, and 2 of them, Christina Cook and Victor Glover, were even part of your astronaut class, the 8 Balls, right? 2013?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I am good friends with all 4 of them, and especially with those 2, with Victor and Christina being my classmates, it makes it even more meaningful. You know, when you are classmates with new astronauts, there were 8 of us, of course, called the 8 Balls, and they're like your brothers and sisters, truly. They really are. And we, you know, I know if anything happened day or night, I could call on any one of them, no questions asked. And it's really, really exciting that we're going to be sharing this moment with them. When I was on board, I even had, at one moment when I arrived, we had 4 members of our class. Half of our class was actually on board the space station at the same time.
Oh, wow.
Nick Hague was still there for the first 8 days of my flight. Christina, as we just talked about from the Artemis II crew, she was up there already.
Of course, the historic all-female spacewalk.
That's right.
2019, yeah.
And Drew Morgan was there as well. So there were 4 of us from the class, and that was truly something we never thought would happen. You know, a lot of times, especially in the past, you would see if a rookie astronaut flew their first time, often they were with more experienced people, so you didn't have a lot of rookies all at once or 4 of your classmates at once.
Yeah.
And so in the end, that's how it happened for us, and we couldn't have been happier. You know, it's again, you're flying with these people that you're already so close with and know each other so well.
And of course, half that class was women, right? It was 4 men and 4 women.
Yeah, that's right. That was the first time that we've ever had that 50-50 ratio. You know, we still don't have a 50-50 ratio in the office, but we're trending in the right direction. I think we have about maybe 35% women right now, but heading in the right direction, really like all the STEM fields. And that's why it's such an exciting time when we are starting to have more equity from different backgrounds in everything that we do.
As we look at the launch pad there, pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center, the Falcon 9 rocket, and the Dragon spacecraft on top. We're counting down towards the next few milestones, and we're waiting for the closeout team to leave the White Room and then eventually drive away. That'll be at T-minus 1 hour and 44 minutes, and then a few minutes after that, they'll drive away from the tower. There you see them by the elevators, wrapping up their work on the launch tower. And of course, taking a lot of that equipment with them that was being used to cool off the astronauts. And so while they finish their work, let's learn more about what the astronauts are going to do once they arrive at the International Space Station. Let's take a look at their mission overview.
Our Crew 7 mission will take our 4 crew members to the International Space Station, which is, think of it as an orbiting laboratory around the Earth.
In the broadest sense, Crew 7 and Expedition 70 is about the exploration of space, because a lot of the science and technology development that we do on board the space station not only benefits future missions to the Moon and Mars, but it also benefits humanity and it benefits the Earth.
The main topic of our work is always science, so we have numerous scientific projects and scientific experiments which we are part of.
We're doing science and research on ourselves, our human bodies, and how we react in space so that we can eventually go further in the solar system.
Using the long-lasting microgravity environment on board the International Space Station, which we cannot obtain on the ground, we can perform many scientific research that makes our life on Earth better.
Well, with my international upbringing, I'm especially proud of the fact that our Crew 7 mission has 4 different astronauts from 4 different countries.
And it's just something really special when you think about we've all come from very different backgrounds. We have different cultures and different traditions, but we share those with each other.
Working as a team, we can back up each other and accomplish the mission easily.
And I hope that this is something which can show the world how we can achieve big things when we cooperate and we work together.
It's a human being's instinct to broaden our boundaries.
Humans have always wanted to push the boundaries. We're curious beings. We want to know what is out there.
We want to see what's behind that hill. We want to see what's behind that sea. We want to see what's behind that planet.
Every time we've explored in the past, it has been beneficial to humans and to humankind. We always learn and develop technologies that help us. We learn more about our home planet.
We travel out into space to gather knowledge, to expand our understanding of our world and the universe, and return that knowledge to the Earth, to humanity, for the benefit of us all.
Welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where teams work around the clock to monitor work and life aboard the orbital laboratory. Mission Control Houston is essentially the nerve center for operating the International Space Station, working in tandem with our partner agencies and providers around the globe. Together, we've ensured the station is ready to welcome Crew 7. Leading the team inside the room right now is Flight Director Chris Dobbins. He will lead the joint NASA-SpaceX Go, No-Go polls once we're in integrated operations with mission controls here in Houston and SpaceX in Hawthorne, working together to bring Crew 7 to its new home in space. Like many launches to the International Space Station, today's launch has an instantaneous launch window, meaning the crew must launch at exactly 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time to line up with this space station. Launching at that time puts us in an orbit where Dragon's thrusters, which don't have the same power as Falcon 9, can carry Crew 7 the rest of the way to the space station. When Crew 7 arrives at the space station, they will no longer be referred to as Crew 7, but rather as Expedition 69 flight engineers. They'll be declared Expedition 70 once the Soyuz MS-23 departs in a few weeks with NASA's Frank Rubio on board. He will land September 27th with the longest single spaceflight by a U.S. astronaut with 371 days in space. Once on board, Crew 7 will conduct a direct handover with Crew 6, and Crew 6 will remain on board the station until their scheduled undocking day. A direct handover also helps ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the space station, a record approaching 23 years in duration. After docking and hatch opening on Saturday, Crew 6 will give Crew 7 a safety briefing and orientation, which might be particularly helpful for the first-time space flyers on this flight, NASA's Jasmine McBelly and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. As the station is first and foremost a laboratory, the crew will jump right into conducting experiments with new research still to be delivered on upcoming cargo flights. For now, we'll send it back to you, Daryl.
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. Back here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, looking at pad 39A, the rocket and the spacecraft that will go to that destination that Courtney just gave us an update on, the International Space Station, which of course is flown from Mission Control in Houston. Give you an update on what's happening out the pad. We've got the crew inside the Dragon spacecraft. They are buckled in, plugged in, ready to go, had their comm checks completed. And right now, the closeout crew is making their way, finishing up their work and making their way out of the launch tower.
Dragon SpaceX. Closeout team has departed the crew arm.
So that means they're out of the crew arm. You can see them going down the steps to the elevators and then back down to their vehicles to clear out of the blast danger area. There you see their vehicles awaiting them, the 3 Teslas that took the astronauts to the launch pad. They will take the closeout crew out of the perimeter of the launch area, and they will stand by at an area a good distance away from the launch pad. We're 1 hour and 41 minutes and counting until liftoff, and as we look at the pad and think about traveling to the International Space Station, we talked about the crew and how they'll be performing many groundbreaking science experiments. Let's take a closer look now at some of that science they'll be doing.
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
The orbital perspective that we have here on the ISS is just absolutely amazing. Earth is gorgeous.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
A great overview of some of the science being done on board. And Jessica, you've looked into this mission, of course, as an astronaut with the Astronaut Corps and a scientist yourself. You're pretty curious about some of the science that's going up on this mission.
Yeah, we talked about some of the experiments already, the CIPHER, physiology and psychological experiment, the sleep in orbit experiment. There's another one that I find particularly interesting. It's called ISS external microorganisms. So this is a really cool one because for the first time we're going to be taking samples during the spacewalk to determine whether or not the space station releases microorganisms through things like life support vents. So we'll be swabbing and collecting these samples to try to understand how far they go, how many of them are there, how far they travel, and get a good idea for what it would be like. In particular, if we think about going forward and being good stewards. Now, I like to think about when we travel, we need to be good stewards of our planet. So if we're going to the surface of Mars one day, we need to understand what kind of contamination we might be having and what kind of effect we might have on that planet. So this microorganisms experiment will help understand a little bit more of the impact that we have. And to me, that is the ultimate experiment because it is science and a spacewalk at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
My two favorite things. So if I could knock both out at once, I mean, that would be
It's
incredible.
a double winner right there. And so they're going to actually swab the outside of the space station?
Yeah, they're going to collect those samples during that spacewalk.
How about that? Now, what are these vents that you're talking about? What are they venting?
So some of the vents are for the life support system. So, we are introducing an atmosphere into the space station to give us the air that we need to breathe. And so there are some vents associated with life support systems in general, stuff that is off gas or released to the external environment.
Out into space.
That's right. Yeah.
And so you're wondering if by chance there could be some microorganisms out there growing, which would just blow my mind if there were.
Right, and perhaps rapidly evolving in the space environment.
How about that? Fascinating. And as a scientist, Jessica, you did a lot of work early in your career. You've talked a little bit about that. And it calls back to an experiment that is worth mentioning now that had some amazing results. And when you were working on this experiment, it even got a catchy name called Mighty Mouse. And I was wondering if you could share a little bit of that with our audiences. This is a mission to the International Space Station, and science is at the forefront. You were involved in an experiment that had some pretty incredible results.
Yeah, the Mighty Mouse experiment is one of my favorite ones to talk about for a couple of reasons. One, I'm a physiologist, as we mentioned, and so there's a lot of similarities between the work that I've done and working with animals. This experiment looked at the myostatin and activin pathways. So these are very important molecular signaling pathways that influence muscle degradation or breakdown. So on the Earth, the researchers involved here have identified these as very important for providing possible targets to prevent muscle and bone loss. So you can see a picture here. These are two of the mice in question, the Mighty Mouse experiment. I think it's pretty obvious to the naked eye, even without a scientific background, that they are very different. So what you have here is what we call a wild type mouse on the left, the smaller mouse, just the normal mouse. And then on the right, you have a Mighty Mouse. And this was accomplished in two different ways in the experiment. One, by creating a myostatin knockout mice. So this means that this mouse actually does not have the gene for this pathway. So as you can see, this mouse, these myostatin knockouts, have 2 times the muscle weight compared to the other mice. So because you're blocking that pathway, degradation is not inhibited, and they have much more muscle on board. And you could feel that in the mice. When I was doing the experiment, holding the mice, you could feel how strong they were and how much bigger they were. Interestingly, when we treated another set of mice, again, just the normal mice, with a therapeutic agent, they also did not lose muscle or bone mass in space. What I'm pointing to right there in this picture, this is a bone densitometer. So we were actually putting the mice into this bone densitometer and imaging their bone density while they were on board the International Space Station to get these images, because we're looking at not only muscle but also bone. These pathways are important for both muscle and bone. And why is this important? This is important for a lot of different reasons. First of all, here on the ground, we have a lot of different disease states that have different types of bone loss or muscle wasting. Muscular dystrophy, osteoporosis, heart disease, any kind of disuse, wasting of the muscle for like elderly people or bedridden people. And if we can understand more about the mechanisms involved in these pathways, we can help those patients. And the other interesting thing about this experiment in general is that it also has applications to space. You saw a video earlier of us exercising in space, incredibly important part of our day. We have 2-hour blocks on our schedule because if we don't exercise every day, we will have significant muscle loss and bone density loss. We have these really large systems on the space station, these pieces of exercise equipment to keep our bones and muscles healthy. But when we talk about going back to the moon, going to Mars for long periods of stay, we'll have smaller capsules. We won't have these big pieces of equipment. And so we might need to employ some of these strategies that we're learning about on the International Space Station. So that's why this experiment is such a favorite of mine. It really touches life back here on Earth, helping patients with various disease states, also is applicable to the future of space travel as well. And even I'll cap it off with a really interesting story of the investigators. Si-Jin Lee and Emily Germain Lee, they met back in college. Sejin was working on the myostatin pathway, the one involved in the muscles, and Emily, before she was his wife, she was already working on the activin pathway, the one involved in bone. And they realized, although they were working separately at the time, they had this very complementary system that worked in concert. And if they worked together, then perhaps they could solve some of these even bigger questions. They were incredibly excited. They had always dreamed of having an experiment of theirs fly in space, and they had demonstrated these concepts on the ground. So it was really cool to be part of this team and watch that experiment come to fruition and to have such dramatic results. Again, those mice that were treated with this therapeutic agent did not lose muscle and bone density in space, while the ones that were not, just like us, had dramatic losses in both of these. So really interesting to see that these agents were successful in space and the applications it might have for the future.
And amazing that it was, you know, an experiment. Yeah, the results, of course, incredible, and they obviously, you can see them in the photo of the mice and how it turned out. But I mean, this experiment was right in your wheelhouse, right? All of that came together, you know, both the scientists, you up on board the International Space Station as well. I remember reading, you know, I looked into the study a little bit in preparation for the show, and space was said as, you know, the ultimate bed rest, right?
Yeah.
Like, which is not good if you're trying to maintain that bone and muscle mass.
Right. We need to make sure that we can bring astronauts back to be healthy. And when we think about going and walking around on the moon and Mars, we need to make sure that astronauts are healthy when they get there as well. My colleague Drew Morgan and I were super excited to be performing this experiment in space. He's a medical doctor by background, and me as a physiologist. We were utilizing our own backgrounds, and that was another one of the big contributions that we felt we made. And we even ended up on their scientific publication as well.
How about that? Well, thank you very much, Jessica, for sharing that outstanding science. T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes and counting. We're awaiting the launch escape health check. And then in a few more minutes, we'll get to our chief engineer technical poll. We won't hear that over the loops, but marching slowly to the T-minus 1 hour mark, and activity will really start picking up. Until then, let's take a social question. I've been getting them all night. Keep them coming in. Hashtag Ask NASA. Here we have at Indiana Jonas. Do you have a favorite item, Jessica, that you brought with you to space?
Yeah, I think we'll actually have a chance coming up here to show some of the items of things that I brought to space. So I won't spoil the surprise quite yet of everything. But, you know, a lot of times astronauts will bring pictures of loved ones, whether it's a physical picture or just something that we can bring up, sent up on a computer or an iPad. And we like to bring things that represent our different backgrounds, for representing universities we went to, clubs that we belonged in, because, you know, we've talked about it a little bit already, but, you know, this is not just our mission. This is really for everybody, and we want to carry that enthusiasm and that excitement with everybody to show them that they are a part of it. So there are so many things. You wish you could bring more because our capacity is very limited, but, you know, we have to think long and hard about which items we'll bring up with us.
Well, let's talk about that flight kit a little bit more. Each Crew 7 astronaut is allowed to bring a few personal items with them for their roughly 6-month stay in space. We're holding your item as a surprise. Let's take that crew shot and we'll talk about what they're bringing up. You see all the way to the left, Konstantin Borisov. He's bringing up his son's first toy, going left to right. Next is Andreas Mogensen. He picked the 0G indicator along with his children, and he kept it a surprise. And so we're waiting to see that. We're going to see it float in space. We'll learn more about that in a bit. And then to his right is, of course, the commander, Jasmine Mogbelli. She brought 2 dragon stuffed animals, one for each of her twin girls, and she's going to show them floating around in space to her girls. So we can take a little video, send that to them. It's a touching thing to do for your young kids. And then all the way on the right, Satoshi. He's bringing photos of his family and friends and photos of current students at the school he graduated from.
Yeah, we take a lot of pictures of these items floating around the space station, usually in front of in the cupola, so you've got the Earth in the background. And actually, it's difficult to get some of these photos sometimes. You get a little air and some ventilation, an object gets caught in the ventilation. It's not floating exactly, just staying still where you want it. The light changes all the time in the cupola, so you have to kind of master out this system to get proficient at it, to take these pictures, because it can take quite a bit of time. But it's so important and so meaningful for the people back on the ground that we do our best to capture as many of them for the loved ones that we have and for everyone down there, because it really does mean so much to everybody.
Wouldn't it be better to have video rather than a picture of something floating around?
Yeah, we do video too.
Okay.
But you're right. You're right. A lot of times it's just a still image that we have, but depends what you want to use it for.
Great stuff there by Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut, with us on the broadcast. Thank you very much, Jessica. And continuing to count down 1 hour and 25 minutes and counting until liftoff of Crew 7. You're watching NASA's coverage. When these astronauts go up to the International Space Station, they'll spend about 6 months up there working scientific experiments that you just heard a few of them from our astronaut co-host. And then they'll come back down, and one of the traditions we've just started to see now is the astronauts coming back to the Kennedy Space Center to talk to the folks that help support the mission. And there's a lot of people here at the Kennedy Space Center working behind the scenes to make those launches a success. And recently it was the Crew 4 astronauts that took time out of their busy schedules to say thank you to the Kennedy team, and we've got to look at that.
It is very surreal to drive around the grounds. The last time we were here, we were in quarantine, and so we were very isolated. We got to have our families around us, but we didn't really get to interact with a lot of people. But we could see all the hustle and bustle that goes on in order to make it possible for us to launch.
It is hard to imagine looking over at the gantry from here, thinking back to when we were sitting on top of a rocket. It is a pretty amazing place to be able to come back to. Kennedy really has a special place in my heart.
I think it was really important to all of our crew to have this opportunity to come back here and just thank the workforce here, our team members that made this flight possible. You know, I think as we think about spaceflight, it is not anywhere near an individual type of accomplishment.
Yeah, just absolute gratitude for the teams of people that just ensure our safety, ensure that there's always an eye looking over every piece, every detail, and ensuring that launch goes off without a hitch.
So many of you have been a part of that journey, your investment, your expertise, making us successful in our work and getting us home safely. And we're grateful for the work that you're doing.
So it is incredibly special to be back here and get to actually interact and thank all the people that contribute to the mission and were able to get us off the ground and bring us home.
It's just an amazing place, just such a talented pool of people that enable such amazing expeditions to fly out of the Kennedy.
So it's really cool to be back here and to get to meet the people that are making all of that happen.
You could really tell all those smiling faces just how much that meant for Crew 4 to come back and share their time and their words with the team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Well, you're looking live at Launch Pad 39A, the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft. will start fueling up the Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes and counting. But in between this time and that time, got a few more milestones to go, including arming the launch escape system, rotating that crew access arm away, and then, of course, having the pole for the readiness to tank the rocket. This view right here, you're looking at special guests that have gathered at the Banana Creek facility here on the Kennedy Space Center. Launch watchers. Got a big group here, which is impressive because it is 2 a.m. Eastern time, but it's always exciting to take in a crewed launch when you know that you've got astronauts going up on top of a rocket. And so they've all gathered pretty early in the morning here and pretty early in the countdown. An hour and 21 minutes to go. It's great to see the crowd out there at the Banana Creek viewing site. Got about 6,000 people who are at various viewing areas around the Kennedy Space Center. Banana Creek is one of them. Also got folks along a causeway that's just across the water, watching from those locations. Of course, we've got special guests up at a building we call the Operations and Support Building. We've got our own Jasmine Hopkins up there who will be interviewing some special guests here in the final hour. And they're joined by several hundred VIPs who are taking in the site from the 5th floor up there on the balcony. It's a great view up there as well. We've talked a lot about the different astronaut classes this evening. Of course, our astronaut co-host, Jessica Meir. She's from the 8-ball class of 2013. Our crew tonight, the commander, Lieutenant Colonel Jasmine Belli, is the only NASA astronaut going up on this flight. It's a multinational flight. But she is one in many and a highly accomplished group of astronauts selected in 2017 and nicknamed the Turtles.
But I think for me what's really special is that we all just come from such a diverse set of backgrounds and experiences. We have scientists, engineers, people from all different walks of life.
We're just really, really fortunate. The team that selected our class, I think, just did an amazing job at really looking at how personalities meld together.
That's what I appreciate the most, is just the way that we're able to enable each other's strengths and lean on each other in ways that bring us together and bring us closer as a group.
We all care so deeply about each other. We have such an amazing relationship across the entire class, and you know, just what an amazing group of people.
We've been able to really lean on each other and our expertise in different moments where it's most applicable.
Jasmine is an amazing person. Our class is incredibly close, and she is just an amazing leader, an incredible pilot, and a great choice to be the commander of Crew 7.
And that's one of the biggest blessings of being up here for so long for me, is I'll have flown with pretty much half of my class.
We now have a continuous turtle presence in space, which started with Crew 3 when Kayla and Raja launched, which we look forward to Jasmine carrying forward.
So the Turtles class, an amazing class. They were the class that was selected just after my class of the 8 balls, and pretty cool that they have this kind of run of the space station right now. I remember when we were saying that about the 8 balls, but Jasmine will be joining her classmates Frank Rubio and Woody Hoberg on board. They are already up there awaiting for her. And then Laurel O'Hara will be joining from her Soyuz launch in the middle of September. So pretty exciting to have all of those turtles up there at once. And I know that's how it felt for me. Daryl and I were talking earlier about when I arrived on the space station and we had 4 members of our class all up there at the same time. And in thinking about it, I think I've talked about all 7 of my classmates during this broadcast. You've seen photos of most of them in the previous coverage. And it just shows how we really do become like a family here at NASA in the astronaut office, especially with those classmates. We talked about my classmate Anne McLean. You saw her as the astronaut support person on the pad, helping the crew with all of those final preparations. We saw Christina from the spacewalk footage from the spacewalks. Actually, we did 3 spacewalks together, Christina and myself, during our mission. And you saw Victor and Christina in those Artemis images as well, as they are now in training for the incredibly exciting Artemis 2 mission. You saw some footage of Nicole Mann and Josh Cassida from their recent mission on board the space station. They were on Crew 5, so again, carrying that legacy with them. We talked a little bit about Nick Hague earlier as well. Nick was there on the space station when I arrived. And I talked about Drew Morgan just recently with the Mighty Mouse experiment. Drew was the astronaut that I was up there. Actually, I didn't spend a day in space without Drew. He was there for the entire 7 months of my mission. I was up there for 205 days, so almost 7 months. He was there already when I arrived, so he was up there even longer. He had about a 9-month mission. So there you have it, all members of the class. We've been represented in this broadcast, but it's not about us today. It's about those turtles. So more about them. We are so excited to see Jaws on her way, headed to join her classmates, Frank and Woody, up there. You know, we have right now on the space station the 4 crew members that flew up on Crew 6, of course. That's Woody Hoberg, Steve Bowen, Sultan Al-Nayati, an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates, and also Andrei Fadayev. They arrived on the Crew 6 vehicle, so they'll be departing about 5, 6, 7 days after Crew 7 arrives. They'll have a handover period so they can really get accustomed to everything that's going on, hand over whatever information they need, and then they'll depart. And then we have Frank Rubio and cosmonauts Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin. So this crew will be joining the 7 crew members that are already up there until that handover period ends, and then the 4 from Crew 6 will depart. The Soyuz crew is scheduled to land, I think, September 27th. So Frank will finally be returning home from space back here to the U.S. And his mission was extended, so he will have been up there for over a year when he lands.
Finally, and he's going to break the record, right? Longest
That's
continuous stay in space.
That's right. It has been an incredible mission for him, but of course everyone is very excited to have him back on the ground as well.
And I'm sure he will be just as excited to be back on Earth and be able to visit his friends and family and take a hot shower.
Showers are always very welcome when you come back. You know, you do get surprisingly, you feel very clean on board. I was surprised by it, but it's kind of like a sponge bath that we get up there, but you really do feel clean. And part of the reason why is you just don't feel as dirty as in space. You know, not even your clothes are really resting against you when you're in microgravity. Everything's kind of floating. You don't go outside and get sweaty in the hot Florida humidity like us sitting here in these chairs getting a bit hot. You just don't experience that because you're never sitting down. you don't.
But you are perspiring, right? You're losing water through the skin.
Sure.
But it's not sitting there, right?
Absolutely. You still have all the same physiological mechanisms going on, but it's a temperature control environment, so you're not really sweating throughout the day aside from when you exercise, and then you do sweat quite a bit.
Okay.
And it's really cool to see because the water, it doesn't just fall down, doesn't fall off of you like it does here on Earth. It'll kind of accumulate until a force acts upon it. So you might have a ball of sweat kind of growing on your head, for example, if you're Victor Glover and you don't have any hair up there, or Luca Parmitano on my mission. And yeah, it behaves differently until it'll come off in a with a once
dispersing.
You have motion imparted onto it.
How about that? Great stuff from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down 1 hour and 11 minutes until liftoff of Crew 7 from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. If you're here with us in the area and you want to hear the call-outs live as they happen, you can hook that up on amateur radio. The VHF frequency you can see on your screen, 146.940 megahertz, and on the UHF radio frequency, 444.925 megahertz FM mode. And you can hear that throughout the county here on the Space Coast. So we're a little over 1 hour until liftoff. And this is a continuation of regular crew flights to the International Space Station from U.S. soil. SpaceX's Crew 7 mission will be the company's 8th crewed spaceflight for NASA, following the crewed test flight Demo 2. It will also be SpaceX's 11th crewed spaceflight overall, including the private orbital mission Inspiration 4 and Axiom missions 1 and 2. Our crew at the very top in the spacecraft Endurance. It will be the 3rd flight for that Dragon that you see right there on top of the rocket. The Falcon 9 booster, well, that's a brand new one. Booster 1081
M1D
on its first flight.
MVAC fuel bleed has started.
As they are reused more and more. Pretty cool to see.
Yeah, you were talking about the booster, how, in the reuse booster, you've got that sooty exterior on it, and this is a brand new one. Of course, commercial crew program, they limit the number of boosters in terms of their reflight for use on crew to 5. The Endurance, its previous missions were Crew 3, Crew 5, and of course today, Crew 7. If you're just joining us now, we've had a great countdown so far. Weather is nearly perfect, 95% go. We've got a crowd of launch viewers on hand at our various locations around the Space Center. More than 6,000 people here in the local area, and of course, beyond that, outside the gate, even more. Now, we mentioned this, once we get to an hour to go until liftoff, things will start really picking up. We get close to that go, no-go pole that will arm the launch escape system. And then once that's armed, and we rotate the crew access arm away, we'll get the propellant loaded into the rocket at T-minus 35 minutes. That crew pole for readiness happens at T-minus 1 hour. And of course, the pole to load the prop is at T-minus 55 minutes. At T-minus 45 minutes, there'll be an internal mission control Hawthorne pole, and then the launch director's pole for propellant load. I mentioned the crew access arm. That'll retract when we get to T-minus 40 minutes. And the crew will get the call to close their visors and arm the launch escape system. Of course, once you have the Falcon 9 being loaded with propellant, you want a safety system that will allow the astronauts to get off the top of the rocket in case anything happens, and that automated safety system is in place. What makes it work are 8 Super Draco thrusters that are on Dragon. They would fire and quickly separate the crew from the rocket, and they can do that either on the pad or during flight on the ride uphill.
And thanks for tuning in. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 7th rotational flight of astronauts and one cosmonaut to the International Space Station from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir has been with us over the past 3 hours, talking about Crew 7 as they have prepared for launch. Also talked a lot about science and a phenomenal number of other fascinating topics. We really appreciate you being here. We're now closing in on T-minus 1 hour until liftoff, and your thoughts on how we've done so far?
Things have been proceeding nominally, as we say in the space business. Things are looking good. The leak checks were good. Comm checks were good. The hatches closed. I think we're in good shape. And the weather, what did we say? A 95% favorable odds for weather. So looking good, and I'm feeling good about it tonight. What about you, Daryl?
Oh, I am feeling fantastic, and it's good. We both got the positive vibes going. You mentioned the weather. It's nearly perfect. Liftoff time still holding for 3:27 a.m. Eastern time and 27 seconds if you're right down to the second. We're tracking no issues with the Falcon 9 or Dragon, as Jessica mentioned. The range is green. Weather, good to go. Over the past 3 hours, we want to review now what our crew's been doing, and there you see them. Jasmine Mobelli, Andreas Mogensen, Satoshi Furukawa, and Konstantin Borisov. They have been getting ready to launch into space. Let's take a moment now to recap the overnight launch preparations. After waking up and having a meal, SpaceX helped the astronauts into their suits, as you can see right here at the historic quarters suit-up room. Then the crew, well, once they got their suits pressure tested, they walked right out of the same path that every NASA astronaut has done since Apollo 7, waving to family and loved ones after getting inside their Teslas with the gull-wing doors coming down. They joined a caravan led by Center Security on a 20-minute ride to Launch Complex 39A.
Big smiles all around.
All the way around. And then following their arrival to the pad, they got a look at their rocket, and in they went, walking across the crew access arm and right into their spacecraft. And those big smiles you mentioned, Jessica, we just saw them right there. Looks like the crew, they're good to go.
They truly are contagious, those smiles. It is difficult not to be smiling and excited when you know you are about to leave the planet for the first time for some of these, for Jasmine and for Konstantin as well.
Absolutely, and a lot of preparations have been brought to us at this point, including a dry dress. A lot of things have been going into this so to get everybody ready. Of course, we had a launch delay yesterday. We stood down for that attempt, but now we're good to go, and we expect to be launching at 3:27 and 27 seconds, our new T0. All systems good to go for launch. Now we want to have our
Dragon
team.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Dragon copies, go for Section 5.
Okay, and with that call out at this time, we're going to expand our coverage. We'd like to welcome in SpaceX and NASA commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California, where the SpaceX mission team is located. Welcome to Jesse and Leah.
Thanks, Daryl, and hello to everyone watching around the world. I'm Leah Cheshire with NASA Communications.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, an Integration and Test Engineering Manager here at SpaceX. Leah and I are joining you today from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, as we count down to liftoff of Crew 7 just under an hour from now.
And of course, Crew 7 is our 7th operational mission with SpaceX, flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station, but it also comes with an important first. Crew 7 is the first mission in which every seat in the spacecraft is filled with a crew member from a different international partner agency. Represented are NASA, ESA, the European Space Agency, JAXA, or the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Roscosmos. It's also the first time an ESA astronaut has served as pilot of Dragon, so Andreas Mogensen is adding that to his list of accomplishments.
The Dragon flying today will be making its 3rd trip to station, having previously supported Crew 3 and Crew 5. And much like on those missions, our teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control, which is just behind us, to monitor Dragon and the mission, not just today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to Crew 7's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when the astronauts return back home to Earth. On console or headset and mission control are 6 key
SpaceX
our
copies.
6
Crew
key
7
positions.
is go for launch.
The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you may hear talking to the astronauts, which we just heard a few seconds ago, is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Apart from Mission Control, our Falcon 9 team is currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X. With less than an hour until launch, they are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and for launch.
And of course, NASA has its own team members at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, who have been preparing the International Space Station for Dragon's arrival. They recently gave their go for launch and confirmed the station is ready to receive Dragon and the new crew. Now, upon liftoff, today's flight to the space station will take almost 30 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
It continues to be a smooth countdown, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff. Coming up at T-minus 45 minutes, the team will report their readiness for propellant load with a final go-no-go poll. In the meantime, NASA's Courtney Beasley is going to help us take a closer look at
propellant load and launch go-no poll. Go-no-go polls open at 55.80, procedure 1.160.
Thanks, Jesse. I'm here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control, Houston. What we have our sights set on today is low Earth orbit, which you'll sometimes hear us refer to as LEO. This is classified as orbits around Earth that are 1,200 miles or lower. There are a lot of satellites in this orbit, including the Hubble telescope, and of course today's destination, the International Space Station. The space station's orbit averages at 260 miles above Earth, but varies based on its apogee or perigee, the highest and lowest points of its orbit. Being that the space station is 260 miles above Earth, crew members are too far away to make things out like cars, people, or buildings, but they can see other landmarks around the world, and the long camera lenses they use help them zoom in on familiar sights of our home planet. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen captured Cape Canaveral on Florida's Atlantic coast earlier this month, near Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where Crew 7 is launching from today. The contrast of the colors between the Indian River and Atlantic Ocean become much more pronounced from space. And here's a beautiful nighttime shot of the city lights of Mecca in the desert valley of western Saudi Arabia, captured by NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg on July 26th. Human presence on Earth becomes much easier to see at night. And this final image was captured by NASA astronaut Frank Rubio of Vadima Lake, one of the largest in Argentina, on May 7th. Each of these images are taken from the vantage point of the International Space Station that orbits roughly 260 miles above Earth. Satellites collect imagery of Earth too, of course, but the International Space Station is unique in seeing these viewing opportunities because astronauts and cosmonauts can tell scientists on the ground what they're observing and what stands out in real time. We can't wait to see what Crew 7 captures, but for now, we'll send it back to Hawthorne. Jesse and Leah.
SpaceX's ultimate mission is to make life multiplanetary. To get us there, we've been developing a fully and rapidly reusable transportation system called Starship, the most powerful launch vehicle system ever developed and designed to carry passengers and cargo to Earth orbit, the moon, and planetary destinations like Mars. In fact, earlier today, the team completed a successful static fire of our super heavy Booster 9, an exciting step towards our next Starship flight test. But you have to learn to walk before you can run, or should I say fly. And our learning started with Dragon, designed from the beginning to transport both people and cargo to space. The Dragon hanging from the ceiling behind us was initially flown to certify SpaceX for cargo missions to the space station.
Dragon launched to space in December 2010 and became the first private spacecraft to return from orbit. 2 years later, Dragon became the first commercial spacecraft to deliver cargo to and from the space station, and in 2020, as we remember well, became the first private crewed spacecraft to reach the International Space Station.
Altogether, the reusable Dragon spacecraft has completed 9 human spaceflight missions and visited the International Space Station 38 times. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond. And these days, we are very much focused on the beyond.
Now, of course, we already have explorers on the Red Planet, paving the way for humans who will arrive in the future. NASA's Perseverance rover landed on Mars in 2021 after an almost 7-month journey. Its mission addresses high-priority science goals and also provides opportunities to gather knowledge and demonstrate technologies that address the challenges of future human expeditions to Mars. These include testing a method for producing oxygen from the Martian atmosphere, identifying other resources such as subsurface water, improving landing techniques, and characterizing weather, dust, and other potential environmental conditions that could affect future astronauts living and working on Mars. Now, of course, Perseverance also brought along another passenger named Ingenuity. This is the first helicopter ever flown on Mars. There's Ingenuity being deployed from Perseverance and those historic flights that we've seen so far.
When the time comes for human explorers, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission. Building bases or even cities on Mars will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew. So we're designing Starship from the beginning to carry hundreds of tons of cargo into space and be able to be refueled in orbit. Before Mars, Starship will play a key role in the exploration of the moon. SpaceX is providing the lunar lander, which will return astronauts to the lunar surface for the first time in 50 years under NASA's Artemis missions. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence.
में देख पा रहे हैं किस तरह से इसरो के वैज्ञानिकों के बीच प्रधानमंत्री पहुंच चुके हैं और ये तमाम वैज्ञानिक आप देख सकते हैं इस प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े हुए तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और जिस बात का जिक्र प्रधानमंत्री कर रहे थे कि उनका मन अभी सिर्फ और सिर्फ उन वैज्ञानिकों के बीच जाना है, उनसे मुलाकात करने का है, तो वो घड़ी आ गई है जब प्रधानमंत्री उन तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच मौजूद हैं और फूलों का गुलदस्ता देकर इसरो के जो प्रमुख हैं डॉक्टर एस सोमनाथ, उन्होंने स्वागत किया प्रधानमंत्री का और वो आइसट्रैक में प्रधानमंत्री पहुंच चुके हैं। आइसट्रैक के तमाम वैज्ञानिक जो इस मिशन से जुड़े हुए थे और साथ साथ इसरो के कुछ पूर्व प्रमुख भी इस दौरान हम देख पा रहा हूं कि सब मौजूद हैं और प्रधानमंत्री बधाइयां देते हुए डॉक्टर एस सोमनाथ को और तमाम वैज्ञानिकों को भी ये एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। आप समझ सकते हैं कि भारत ने वो कर दिखाया है जो पूरी दुनिया चाह रही थी, बड़े बड़े देश चाह रहे थे और इस मिशन की सफलता से कुछ दिन पहले ही रूस की तरफ से भी उसी जगह पे साउथ पोल पे भी लूना 25 मिशन भेजा गया था, लेकिन वो कामयाब नहीं हो पाया। लेकिन भारत ने बहुत ही कम लागत में एक निश्चित समय अवधि में इस मिशन को कामयाब करके दिखाया है और हम जानते हैं कि जब हमारा चंद्रयान 3 मिशन कामयाब हो रहा था उस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री जोहानिसबर्ग में थे और प्रधानमंत्री खुद भी वर्चुअली इस पूरे कार्यक्रम में शामिल हुए थे। उन्होंने उस वक्त भी वैज्ञानिकों को संबोधित किया था और आज जबकि वो दक्षिण अफ्रीका में ब्रिक्स और ग्रीस की अपनी 2 देशों की सफल यात्रा के बाद जब पहुंचे तो बजाय दिल्ली आने के वो सीधे बेंगलुरु पहुंचे। बेंगलुरु में एयरपोर्ट पर उन्होंने वहां मौजूद हज़ारों की तादाद में लोगों को संबोधित किया। बहुत ही संक्षिप्त बातें उन्होंने वहां रखी। उन्होंने कहा कि मैं यहाँ अपनी बातें इसलिए ज़्यादा नहीं कहूँगा क्योंकि मेरा मन उन वैज्ञानिकों से मिलने के लिए आतुर हो रहा है। मैं वहाँ जाके उनसे मिलूँगा, उनसे बातें करूँगा, उनके अनुभवों को आत्मसात करूँगा, साझा करूँगा। और ये तस्वीरें प्रधानमंत्री की वो तस्वीरें जब तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री मौजूद हैं। हम जानते हैं कि चंद्रयान 3 मिशन के ज़रिए भारत ने दुनिया में इतिहास रच दिया है और इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री इसरो परिसर में स्थित जो टेलीमेट्री, ट्रैकिंग और कमांड नेटवर्क सेंटर है, इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री वहां पे मौजूद हैं। हमारी सहयोगी आयशा लगातार ट्रैक कर रही हैं इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को। आयशा, मैं देख पा रहा हूं कि तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच जो कि इस पूरे मिशन में लगे हुए थे, उनके बीच प्रधानमंत्री हैं। उनके चेहरे पर काफ़ी खुशी और काफ़ी संतोष दिख रहा है और साथ ही साथ तमाम वैज्ञानिक भी काफ़ी खुश नज़र आ रहे हैं अपने बीच पीएम को पाकर।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने जिस तरह से हमेशा से वैज्ञानिकों के हौसला अफजाई की है और उनका मनोबल बढ़ाया है, उसका जो नतीजा है वो प्रधानमंत्री के सामने उन्होंने पेश किया है। और चंद्रयान की सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग के जरिए उन्होंने साबित कर दिया कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री जब इस तरह से वैज्ञानिकों का हौसला या मनोबल बढ़ाते हैं तो किस तरह से वैज्ञानिक इस तरह के जो सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग जैसी कामयाबी के रिजल्ट।
और ये आयशा मैं देख पा रहा हूँ कि ये जो प्रज्ञान रोवर है वो जिस ट्रैक के जरिए नीचे उतरा उसके बारे में भी इसरो के प्रमुख और जो सोलर पैनल्स है उनके बारे में समझा रहे हैं।
जी जी बिल्कुल, यही वो सबसे दिलचस्प मोड़ है इस पूरे मिशन का थीम। जब लैंडर विक्रम जब चांद की सतह पर उतरा और उसके 2.5 घंटे के बाद रोवर प्रज्ञान जो है इस रैंप से नीचे उतरता है और फिर चांद की सतह की सैर कर रहा है। देखिए, रोवर जो है इस समय चांद पर करीब 1 सेंटीमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से रेंगते हुए चल रहा है। ये मानकर ये कह सकते हैं कि उसकी जो धीमी चाल है वो करीब 500 मीटर तक चलेगा लैंडर के साथ संपर्क बना के रखते हुए। और खास बात ये भी है कि रोवर अब कुछ ही दूरी पर जाने के बाद वो लैंडर की तस्वीरें भी खींचेगा। देखिए, लैंडर की तस्वीर खींचने के लिए रोवर को आगे बढ़ना होगा और रोवर में जो पेलोड्स लगे हैं ये तमाम पेलोड्स जो है विशेष एक्सपेरिमेंट भी तय करेंगे जिसके जरिए लूनर सरफेस और चांद पर जो भूकंप जैसी एक्टिविटीज है, सिस्मिक एक्टिविटीज कहलाती हैं, ये तमाम चीजें क्यों होती है, चांद के जो रहस्य हैं और जो चांद पर जो सॉइल है, जो मिट्टी है, इसका कॉम्पोजिशन क्या है, ये तमाम चीजें रोवर प्रज्ञान में लगे पेलोड्स के जरिए पता लगेंगी। और जितने भी गहरे रहस्य हैं चांद पर, रोवर और विक्रम लैंडर मिलकर इस रहस्य से पर्दा उठाएंगे। और भारत के जो वैज्ञानिक हैं, इसरो के वैज्ञानिक इस पूरे डेटा को एनालाइज करेंगे कि पूरे 14 दिन की ये स्टडी है और 14 दिन के बाद चांद पर जो है 1 दिन खत्म हो जाता है। धरती पर 14 दिन तो चांद का 1 दिन होता है। तो 14 दिन तक वैज्ञानिक लगातार इस मिशन में डेटा जुटाते रहेंगे, एनालाइज करते रहेंगे। तो ये इस समय इसरो के वैज्ञानिक यही दिलचस्प हिस्सा जो इस मिशन का है, रैंप से कैसे प्रज्ञान को उतारा गया, कैसे प्रज्ञान तस्वीरें खींचकर भेजता रहा और लैंडर विक्रम जो है उतरते ही चांद की सतह पर उतरते ही पहली तस्वीरें भेजा था, जहां से वो जिस जगह पर वो उतरा था उसकी पहली तस्वीरें भेजा। खास बात ये भी है असीम कि विक्रम का नाम जो है इसरो के संस्थापक डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई के नाम पर रखा गया है। और आज डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई ने जो सपना देखा था भारत को स्पेस क्षेत्र में एक माइलस्टोन, एक ऊंचाई पर पहुंचाने की, वो इसरो के वैज्ञानिक आज इसे सफलतापूर्वक कर दिखा रहे हैं। और रही बात G20 की, जैसे कि हम बात कर रहे थे, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने भारत की अध्यक्षता में G20 का जो मोटो है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, उसको अंग्रेजी में अगर हम ट्रांसलेट करें तो 1 अर्थ 1 फैमिली और इसके साथ 1 स्पेस भी जोड़ दिया है। यानी एक धरती, एक कुटुंब और एक स्पेस क्षेत्र, एक अंतरिक्ष, यानी अंतरिक्ष भी वो क्षेत्र अब इस पूरे मोटो के साथ जुड़ गया है, क्योंकि अंतरिक्ष टेक्नोलॉजी मानवता की उन्नति के लिए, विकास के लिए, हर देश के विकास के, न केवल भारत बल्कि जो दूसरे देश हैं वो भी चाहते हैं कि अंतरिक्ष की टेक्नोलॉजी जो है उसका इस्तेमाल कर सकें। देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पिछले कुछ सालों में जिस तरह से नेविगेशन सैटेलाइट पर नजर बनाए रखी, जिस तरह से भारत ने डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट पर एक मजबूती, एक पकड़ हासिल की है, जिसके जरिए जितने भी बड़े तूफान हो, जितने भी बड़े साइक्लोन आते हो, ये सैटेलाइट के डेटा के जरिए पहले अलर्ट घोषित होता है और इसमें कम से कम जानमाल का नुकसान हो रहा है। ये जो है पिछले 9 या 10 साल में हम अगर देखें तो इसरो ने इस टेक्नोलॉजी को, वेदर मॉनिटरिंग टेक्नोलॉजी और जो डिजास्टर वार्निंग की टेक्नोलॉजी है इसको भरपूर डेवलप किया है, जो भारत ने दर्शाया है कि कैसे बिपरजॉय तूफान के दौरान भी कम से कम जानमाल का नुकसान हो, और टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए इस तरह के साइक्लोन, इस तरह के डिजास्टर से बचे। और ये जो टेलीमेडिसिन की बात कहें, टेली एजुकेशन की बात कहें, ये तमाम चीजें इस स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का नतीजा है। और एक के बाद एक जो सैटेलाइट्स भारत लॉन्च कर रहा है, उसके जरिए इसके जरिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी विकास को जो दिशा देते हैं, उसमें भारत स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर इस्तेमाल कर रहा है।
बिल्कुल। ऐसे में आयशा, चंद्रयान 3 की सफलता के बाद जब इसरो प्रमुख उस दिन प्रेस को संबोधित भी कर रहे थे, उन्होंने कहा कि अब अगला मिशन हमारा जो सूर्य का है आदित्य L1 उस पर काम करने का, और उसके बाद फिर हम दूसरे प्लैनेट जो है शुक्र ग्रह उस पर भी जाएंगे। तो ये लगातार जो इसरो अपना कदम आगे बढ़ाते जा रहा है, उसमें प्रधानमंत्री का सपोर्ट, भारतीय लोगों का सपोर्ट और उनकी अपनी जो एक आत्मविश्वास है वो लगातार इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ने के लिए भी उन्हें उत्साहित कर रहा है।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। इसरो के पास एक के बाद एक मिशन तैयार हैं, और अब कुछ ही दिनों के बाद आदित्य मिशन लॉन्च होगा। और ये बहुत बड़ा मिशन है, क्योंकि इस मिशन के जरिए भी भारत उन तमाम क्षेत्र, उन तमाम इलाकों का जायजा लेगा सूरज के आसपास, और इसकी स्टडी करेगा, इसका अध्ययन करेगा। जो डेटा भारत जुटाएगा ये भी माफ कीजिएगा, सूरज के कई रहस्यों से पर्दा उठाएगा। और खास बात यह है कि गगनयान मिशन, जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के दिल के सबसे करीब है, गगनयान मिशन जो मानव मिशन है, मानव को स्पेस में भेजने का मिशन है, ये मिशन प्रधानमंत्री के लिए बहुत ही उनके दिल के करीब है। और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इस मिशन के लिए इसरो के वैज्ञानिकों को हमेशा प्रोत्साहित करते रहे हैं। और गगनयान मिशन हालांकि पूरी अपने ट्रैक पर चल रहा था, लेकिन कोविड के चलते कुछ हद तक इसकी डेडलाइन जो है उसे बदलनी पड़ी है। लेकिन इसरो के वैज्ञानिकों को इस बात का विश्वास है कि इसे अगले साल तक ये मिशन जो है ये भी तैयार हो जाएगा, और भारत अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, स्वदेशी टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए पहला भारतीय स्पेस में पहुंचेगा। देखिए, राकेश शर्मा जो है वो भारत के एस्ट्रोनॉट थे, लेकिन जो
बिल्कुल, तो ये लाइव तस्वीरें हम देख पा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री उन तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच पहुंच चुके हैं। हम इन तस्वीरों में देख पा रहे हैं सभी लोग ताली बजाकर प्रधानमंत्री का स्वागत करते हुए, और प्रधानमंत्री इन वैज्ञानिकों के बीच, ये ही तस्वीर और इन्हीं क्षणों का, इन्हीं पलों का प्रधानमंत्री को भी इंतज़ार था और वैज्ञानिकों को भी इंतज़ार। हम देख सकते हैं कि महिला वैज्ञानिक भी इस दौरान वहाँ मौजूद हैं, और इन तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच ये लाइव तस्वीरें हैं बेंगलुरु से, टेलीमेट्री ट्रैकिंग और कमांड नेटवर्क सेंटर से।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपको सुस्वागतम। On 23rd of this month, August, we made history by landing on the moon. Chandrayaan 3 landed softly on the moon. We were very fortunate to have our Honorable Prime Minister, though away, he joined us live to greet us, to congratulate us, to be with us. And thank you so much for your presence during such a historic day. You promised us that you will come and meet us on that day, and you are here, and thank you so much for your gracious presence today amongst us. And today we look forward to your words of wisdom, your vision, your expectation from us, and for all those words we are at ears to you. Honorable प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपको मेरा स्वागत इसरो में, ये कंट्रोल सेंटर में। थैंक यू सर। So we are seeing the ramp being deployed now. This is animation. We'll see the real. Next solar panel of the ramp of the rover Pragyan opens. Then it establishes communication with the lander. Yeah. Then it slowly comes out. Now the rover has already moved 12 meters. So we'll see the onboard camera visuals. So this is a camera mounted on the side just before the ramp deployment. So what you're seeing is the deployment of the ramp with the rover mounted on that. The solar panel of the rover is deployed already and it is getting released and moving towards moon cell. So these images take a lot of time to come to Earth because data rate and processing. So now this is the early morning image of today morning. The rover is almost out of the field of view. It will turn in the day today and look at the lander and take more pictures. Thank you.
नमस्कार फ्रेंड्स, आप सभी के बीच आकर आज एक अलग ही खुशी महसूस कर रहा हूं। शायद ऐसी खुशी बहुत रेयर ओकेजन होते हैं जब तन मन खुशियों से भर गया हो। और व्यक्ति के जीवन में कई बार ऐसी घटनाएं घटती हैं कि वो बेसब्री हावी हो जाती है। इस बार मेरे साथ भी ऐसा ही हुआ है। इतनी बेसब्री, मैं साउथ अफ्रीका में था, फिर ग्रीस का कार्यक्रम था तो वहां चला गया, लेकिन मेरा मन पूरी तरह आपके साथ ही लगा हुआ था। लेकिन कभी कभी लगता है कि मैं आप लोगों के साथ अन्याय कर देता हूं। बेसब्री मेरी और मुसीबत आपकी। इतनी सवेरे सवेरे आप सभी को और इतना और टाइम, लेकिन बस मन कर रहा था जाऊं आपको नमन करूं। आपको दिक्कत हुई होगी, लेकिन मैं भारत में आते ही जल्द से जल्द आपके दर्शन करना चाहता था। आप सबको सैल्यूट करना चाहता था। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, सैल्यूट आपके धैर्य को, सैल्यूट आपकी लगन को, सैल्यूट आपकी जीवटता को, सैल्यूट आपके जज्बे को। आप देश को जिस ऊंचाई पर लेकर गए हैं, ये कोई साधारण सफलता नहीं है। ये अनंत अंतरिक्ष में भारत के वैज्ञानिक सामर्थ्य का शंखनाद है। India is on the moon. We have our national pride placed on the moon. हम वहां पहुंचे जहां कोई नहीं पहुंचा था। हमने वो किया जो पहले कभी किसी ने नहीं किया था। ये आज का भारत है, निर्भीक भारत, जुझारू भारत। ये वो भारत है जो नया सोचता है, नए तरीके से सोचता है, जो डार्क जोन में जाकर भी दुनिया में रोशनी की किरण फैला देता है। 21वीं सदी में यही भारत दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी समस्याओं का समाधान करेगा। मेरी आंखों के सामने 23 अगस्त का वो दिन, वो एक एक सेकंड बार बार घूम रहा है। जब टचडाउन कंफर्म हुआ तो जिस तरह यहां इसरो सेंटर में पूरे देश में लोग उछल पड़े, वो दृश्य कौन भूल सकता है। कुछ स्मृतियां अमर हो जाती है। वो पल अमर हो गया। वो पल इस सदी के सबसे प्रेरणादायी क्षणों में से एक है। हर भारतीय को लग रहा था कि विजय उसकी अपनी है। खुद महसूस करता था। हर भारतीय को लग रहा था कि जैसे वो खुद एक बड़े एग्जाम में पास हो गया है। आज भी बधाइयां दी जा रही है, संदेश दिए जा रहे हैं, और ये सब मुमकिन बनाया है आप सबने, आपने। देश के मेरे वैज्ञानिकों ने ये मुमकिन बनाया है। मैं आप सबका जितना गुणगान करूं वो कम है। मैं आपकी जितनी सराहना करूं वो कम है। साथियों, मैंने वो फोटो देखी जिसमें हमारे मून लैंडर ने अंगद की तरह चंद्रमा पर मजबूती से अपना पैर जमाया हुआ है। एक तरफ विक्रम का विश्वास है तो दूसरी तरफ प्रज्ञान का पराक्रम है। हमारा प्रज्ञान लगातार चंद्रमा पर अपने पद चिन्ह छोड़ रहा है। अलग अलग कैमरों से ली गई जो तस्वीरें अभी रिलीज हुई और मुझे देखने का सौभाग्य मिला, वो अद्भुत है। मानव सभ्यता में पहली बार धरती के लाखों साल के इतिहास में पहली बार उस स्थान की तस्वीर मानव अपनी आंखों से देख रहा है। और ये तस्वीर दुनिया को दिखाने का काम भारत ने किया है। आप सभी वैज्ञानिकों ने किया है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत की साइंटिफिक स्पिरिट का, हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी का और हमारे साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट का लोहा मान चुकी है। चंद्रयान महाअभियान सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की सफलता है। हमारा मिशन जिस क्षेत्र को एक्सप्लोर करेगा उससे सभी देशों के लिए मून मिशंस के नए रास्ते खुलेंगे। ये चांद के रहस्य को तो खोलेगा ही, साथ ही धरती की चुनौतियों के समाधान में भी मदद करेगा। आपकी इस सफलता के लिए मैं एक बार फिर सभी वैज्ञानिकों को, टेक्नीशियंस, इंजीनियर्स और चंद्रयान महाअभियान से जुड़े सभी सदस्यों को बधाई देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, आप जानते हैं कि स्पेस मिशंस के टच डाउन पॉइंट को एक नाम दिए जाने की वैज्ञानिक परंपरा है। चंद्रमा के जिस हिस्से पर हमारा चंद्रयान उतरा है, भारत ने उस स्थान के भी नामकरण का फैसला लिया है। जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान 3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा। शिव में मानवता के कल्याण का संकल्प समाहित है और शक्ति से हमें उन संकल्पों को पूरा करने का सामर्थ्य मिलता है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट हिमालय से कन्याकुमारी से जुड़े होने का बोध कराता है। हमारे ऋषियों ने कहा है, येन कर्माण्य पशो मनीषिणो यज्ञे कुण्वन्ति विद्येषु धीरः यत्पूर्व यक्षमन्तः प्रजानां तन्मे मनः शिव संकल्पम अस्तु। अर्थात जिस मन से हम कर्तव्य कर्म करते हैं, विचार और विज्ञान को गति देते हैं और जो सबके भीतर मौजूद है, वो मन शुभ और कल्याणकारी संकल्पों से जुड़े। मन के इन शुभ संकल्पों को पूरा करने के लिए शक्ति का आशीर्वाद अनिवार्य है और ये शक्ति हमारी नारी शक्ति है। हमारी माताएं बहनें हैं। हमारे यहां कहा गया है, सृष्टि स्थिति विनाशानां शक्ति भूते सनातनी। अर्थात निर्माण से प्रलय तक पूरी सृष्टि का आधार नारी शक्ति ही है। आप सबने देखा है चंद्रयान 3 में देश ने, हमारी महिला वैज्ञानिकों ने, देश की नारी शक्ति ने कितनी बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट सदियों तक भारत के इस वैज्ञानिक और दार्शनिक चिंतन का साक्षी बनेगा। ये शिव शक्ति पॉइंट आने वाली पीढ़ियों को प्रेरणा देगा कि हमें विज्ञान का उपयोग मानवता के कल्याण के लिए ही करना है। मानवता का कल्याण, यही हमारा सुप्रीम कमिटमेंट है। साथियों, एक और नामकरण काफी समय से लंबित है। 4 साल पहले जब चंद्रयान 2 चंद्रमा के पास तक पहुंचा था, जहां उसके पदचिन्ह पड़े थे, तब ये प्रस्ताव था कि उस स्थान का नाम तय किया जाए। लेकिन उन परिस्थितियों में निर्णय लेने के स्थान पर
Don't you wish your phone was spun like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't ya?
Don't you wish your phone was spun like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't ya?
Don't you wish your phone was spun like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't ya?
He's on fire. Fantastic performance.
Oh, what a leap! Takes a superb catch.
भारत बनाम पाकिस्तान T20 का एक और बड़ा महासंग्राम यहां पे देखना दिलचस्प होगा। भारत और पाकिस्तान आज का ये मुकाबला किस प्रकार से रहता है। फिलहाल रोहित शर्मा, केएल राहुल, विराट कोहली अच्छी टीम, वहीं मोहम्मद रिजवान, फखर जमान, बाबर आजम दोनों टीम काफी बेहतरीन है। बट पिच की कंडीशन की अगर हालात देखें तो यहाँ पे पिच बिल्कुल सपाट है, यानी कि बल्लेबाजों को बहुत अधिक मदद मिलेगी। लेकिन इस पिच से गेंदबाजों को किस प्रकार की मदद मिलती है, एक बड़ा सवाल। तो यहाँ पे टॉस टाइम एंड ये मुकाबला पाकिस्तान के अगेंस्ट भारत की कप्तानी करेंगे रोहित शर्मा। तो यहाँ पे टॉस टाइम देखना दिलचस्प होगा। टॉस आखिरकार तो पाकिस्तान ने टॉस जीत लिया है एंड टॉस जीतने के बाद यहाँ पे पाकिस्तान की टीम क्या चयन करेगी। तो पाकिस्तान ने टॉस जीतकर सर्वप्रथम गेंदबाजी का किया फैसला, बल्लेबाजी के लिए यहाँ पे न्योता देते हुए भारतीय टीम को। एंड देखना दिलचस्प होगा रोहित शर्मा की कप्तानी में भारत इस मुकाबले को किस प्रकार से खेलती है, क्या कुछ देखने को मिलेगा। तो सभी भाइयों से स्वागत है, यहाँ पे सभी भाइयों को स्वागत है, सुस्वागत है, वेलकम है, अभिनंदन है। लाइक जरूर करना अगर अभी तक आपने लाइक नहीं किया। तो चलिए इस ओवर की पहली गेंद, इस इनिंग की पहली गेंद लेके निकल चुके हैं हरीश राव, सामना करते हुए रोहित शर्मा। जी लीजिए, सम्मानपूर्वक खेलते हुए 1 रन के लिए जाएंगे और जी लीजिए बहुत ही आसानी के साथ 1 रन की करेंगे प्राप्ति। तो पहली गेंद से खाता खुल चुका है, भारत यहां पे 1 रन की प्राप्ति कर चुका है। फिलहाल लोकेश राहुल अब आ चुके हैं। तो देखना दिलचस्प होगा ये दोनों महारथी महासंग्रामी किस प्रकार से पाकिस्तान की गेंदबाजी को पस्त कर पाते हैं या फिर नहीं। इस ओवर की अगली गेंद सामना करते हुए प्लेस करेंगे और गेंद जाएगी बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से, बहुत ही अच्छी प्लेसमेंट, पावर प्ले चल रहा। पहले 6 ओवर काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रहेंगे देखने की, ये पहले 6 ओवरों में कहां तक पहुंचती है भारतीय टीम। तो भारत बनाम पाकिस्तान, मुकाबला नहीं महासंग्राम है। ये महासंग्राम आज कौन सी टीम जीतते हुए नजर आएगी, किसका प्रदर्शन आज अत्यधिक लाभप्रिय रहेगा। हरीश राव एक बार फिर रेडी तैयार है, सामना करेंगे लोकेश राहुल। क्या कोशिश रहेगी यहां से, किस प्रकार से खेलेंगे, जी लीजिए खेलेंगे जरूर और यहां पे आउट हो सकते हैं मिलते हुए। तो इस ओवर की 5वीं गेंद सामना करेंगे बल्लेबाज केएल राहुल और जी लीजिए धाकर प्रहार, लॉन्ग ऑफ के ऊपर से धाकर वार करते हुए कमाल का छक्का लगाते हुए। सुंदर, अति सुंदर ये मैच नहीं आसान, बस इतना समझ लीजिए आग का दरिया है, डूब कर जाना है। तो इस आग के दरिया में आज पाकिस्तान डूबेगी या फिर भारत। भारत बनाम हिंदुस्तान बनाम पाकिस्तान का है ये मुकाबला, कोई छोटा मुकाबला नहीं है, बहुत ही यहां पे इंटरेस्टिंग मुकाबला है। फिलहाल इस ओवर की अगली गेंद सामना करते हुए बल्लेबाज एक बार फिर रेडी, एक बार फिर तैयार है, खेला जरूर है, गेंद जाएगी गैप पे, पीछे फील्डर मौजूद है, 1 रन की प्राप्ति। ओवर की समाप्ति, पहले ओवर से 17 रन की हुई प्राप्ति। तो एक अच्छी शुरुआत करते हुए पहले ओवर में बहुत ही बेहतरीन, हालांकि अभी भी 5 ओवर पावर प्ले के बचे हुए। हरीश राव राइट एंड फास्ट गेंदबाज, इनकी भूमिका देखते हैं, अपनी इन भूमिका को किस प्रकार से निभाते हैं। फिलहाल लोकेश राहुल रेडी है, तैयार है, देखना दिलचस्प होगा किस प्रकार से खेलते हैं। जी लीजिए खेलेंगे, कहीं और गेंद जाएगी, कहीं और, कहीं पे निगाहें, कहीं पे निशाना, गैप बच्चा और 30 यार्ड घेरे को यहाँ पे अलीमदार के द्वारा 4 रनों की प्राप्ति, 4 रनों का इशारा करते हुए। तो आज के अंपायर है अलीमदार एंड बिली बॉर्डन, दोनों किस प्रकार की अंपायरिंग करते हैं, कितने सही डिसीजन लेते हैं, देखना दिलचस्प होगा। फिलहाल इस ओवर की दूसरी गेंद, केएल राहुल रेडी है, तैयार है, सामना करते हुए बल्लेबाज क्या करेंगे, यहाँ पे पटकी हुई गेंद है और खेल दिया है मिड विकेट के ऊपर से धाकर छक्का। लोकेश राहुल पाकिस्तान के गेंदबाजों को ध्वस्त करते हुए, पस्त करते हुए, लेकिन यहां से क्या अच्छी गेंदबाजी देखने को मिलेगी या फिर नहीं मिलेगी, क्या लगता फ्रेंड, दोस्त भाई बंधु, लाइक जो कर देना अगर अभी तक आपने लाइक नहीं किया। तो चलिए देखते हैं, समझते हैं, परखते हैं नीति, रणनीति, योजना क्या कुछ होने वाली है। यहाँ से इस ओवर की तीसरी के लेके एक बार फिर निकल चुके हैं सामने करते हुए बल्लेबाज लोकेश राहुल। क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे, किस प्रकार से करेंगे? यॉर्कर की गेंद होगी सीमा पार जाते हुए 6 रनों के लिए कमाल का छक्का लगाते हुए सीधे बल्ले से सीधा प्रहार, गेंद गई सीमा पार। ताकत का संचार करते हुए यहाँ पे बल्लेबाजी की शक्ति दिखाते हुए यहाँ पे उच्चतम यहाँ पे कार्ड देखने को मिलते हुए लोकेश राहुल। क्या बल्लेबाजी है, क्या धाकर अंदाज के साथ खेल रहे भारत की अगुवाई, भारत के लिए प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत ही बेहतरीन करते हुए। भारत बनाम पाकिस्तान, ये मैच बहुत ही, अगर बात करें तो सभी को इस मैच का इंतजार रहता है। फिलहाल यहां पे लोकेश राहुल 8 गेंदों में 31 रन बना चुके हैं। इस ओवर की अगली गेंद खेलने के लिए स्विप करने की कोशिश, संपर्क नहीं, गेंद सीधे कीपर के दस्तानों में। बेहतरीन यहां पे, बहुत ही बेहतरीन आला मुकाबला यहां पे चलते हुए। केएल राहुल 9 गेंदों में 31 रन बना चुके हैं। फिलहाल एक बार फिर रेडी है, तैयार है, देखना दिलचस्प होगा। इस बार भी स्विप किया जरूर है, यहाँ पे आउट हो सकते हैं, बट जी नहीं पहुंच गए अपने गंतव्य स्थान तक। अच्छी स्विप पर लगन गैप पे नहीं गई। तो जितने भी भाई लेकर लाइक कर देना अगर अभी तक आपने लाइक नहीं किया। चलिए एक बार फिर ये मामला, ये मुकाबला एक बार फिर रेडी है, तैयार है। एक बार फिर लॉन्ग ऑन की दिशा में जाते हुए गेंद पे कमाल का चौका प्राप्त होते हुए, कमाल की 4 रन आते हुए यहाँ पे उच्च स्तरीय मुकाबला, उच्च स्तरीय मैच। ये मैच नहीं आसान, बस इतना समझ लीजिए आग का दरिया है, डूब कर जाना है। तो इस आग के दरिया को अब कौन सी टीम पार करेगी, किसका प्रदर्शन अत्यधिक लाभप्रिय रहेगा, लाभकारी रहेगा। फिलहाल तीसरे ओवर का आगमन एक बार फिर हसन अली इस बार करते हुए, एंड देखना दिलचस्प होगा क्या और जी लीजिए कीपर के ऊपर से खेलने की प्रयास, संपर्क अच्छा हुआ नहीं। तो बहुत ही बेहतरीन मुकाबला है, बहुत ही सुंदर मुकाबला। हालांकि भारत की अगुवाई करते हुए दोनों खिलाड़ी काफी अच्छे। हालांकि रोहित शर्मा ने अभी तक 2 ही गेंद खेली है। इस ओवर की अगली गेंद रोहित शर्मा रेडी है, तैयार है, सामना करते हुए बल्लेबाज क्या करेंगे? जी लीजिए खेल दिया, इसको एले की दिशा में 1 रन की प्राप्ति कर चुके, दूसरे का प्रयास करने के लिए जा सकते हैं और जी नहीं, यहाँ पे मात्र 1 ही रन से करेंगे संतुष्टि। 2 ओवर 2 गेंदे 38 रन। काफी जबरदस्त ये मैच है, काफी सुंदर ये मुकाबला है। ये मैच नहीं आसान, बस इतना समझ लीजिए आग का दरिया है, डूब कर जाना है। रोहित शर्मा यहाँ पे धाकर छक्का लगाते हुए भारत के लिए पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ अच्छी प्रदर्शन करते हुए, अपनी बल्लेबाजी का यहाँ पे एहसास जताते हुए, लोहा मनवाते हुए। भारत बनाम पाकिस्तान, ये मुकाबला नहीं, महासंग्राम है, महाभारत यहाँ पे चलते हुए खेल के मैदान पर। महाभारत किस पक्ष को जीत प्रदान करेगी? केएल राहुल यहाँ पे अच्छे लय में 41 रन बना चुके। फिलहाल इस ओवर की अगली गेंद सामना करते हुए जी लीजिए स्विप करने की कोशिश, संपर्क नहीं, गेंद सीधे कीपर के सामने में। 2 ओवर 4 गेंदे 4 के बाद 64 रन। केएल राहुल की शानदार हाफ सेंचुरी, 18 गेंदों में 4 छक्के और 6 चौके लगाकर यहाँ पे अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी को कंप्लीट किया। एंड अब देखना दिलचस्प होगा, बचे हुए 2 ओवर अभी भी पावर प्ले के बचे हुए, तो किस प्रकार से रहता है। तो 30 ओवर लेकर आ चुके हैं हसन अली, स्ट्राइक पे है केएल राहुल। देखना दिलचस्प होगा क्या कुछ होता है। लाइक जो करना पड़ता, अगर अभी तक आपने लाइक नहीं किया है, जिस भाई ने अभी तक लाइक नहीं किया, छोटी सी रिक्वेस्ट है, कर देना लाइक, दिखाना सहयोग, देना सपोर्ट, देना समर्थन। इस ओवर की दूसरे के लेके एक बार फिर निकल चुका है, सामने करते हुए बल्लेबाज की क्या कोशिश होगी? यहाँ पे जी लीजिए खेलेंगे और गेंद सीधे खिलाड़ी के पास, रन एकत्र करना काफी जोखिम हो सकता था। यहाँ पे डायरेक्ट हिट हुई, लेकिन देखना अब काफी इंटरेस्टिंग, देखना अब काफी कमाल का रहेगा ये मुकाबला। ये मैच नहीं आसान, बस इतना समझ लीजिए आग का दरिया है, डूब कर जाना। इस ओवर की तीसरी गेंद और बड़ा प्रहार, धाकर छक्का लगाया, दिखाया, बताया, अपना दमखम यहाँ पे दिखाते हुए, अपनी बल्लेबाजी की क्लास यहाँ पे पेश करते हुए। उच्च स्तरीय मुकाबला, उच्च स्तरीय मैच, इंटरेस्टिंग मुकाबला चलते हुए। ये मैच नहीं आसान, बस इतना समझ लीजिए आग का दरिया है, डूब कर जाना है। कौन सी टीम इस आग के दरिया को आज पार कर पाएगी? फिलहाल चलिए केएल राहुल एक बार फिर रेडी, एक बार फिर तैयार है, सामना करते हुए बल्लेबाज क्या करेंगे? यहाँ पे किस प्रकार से खेलेंगे? जी लीजिए खेला जरूर, हवा में गई है गेंद, के पीछे खिलाड़ी मौजूद, लेकिन खिलाड़ी के सर के ऊपर से गेंद चली गई है सीमा पार। बहुत ही बेहतरीन बाउंड्री यहाँ पे, हालांकि कोशिश कुछ और थी, गई गेंद कहीं और। बट 4 रनों की हुई यहां पे प्राप्ति। सुंदर, अति सुंदर ये मैच, अति उत्तम ये मुकाबला। 4.4 गेंदे 74 रन। फिलहाल केएल राहुल अच्छे लय में क्या सेंचुरी लगा पाएंगे आज, क्या सेंचुरी लगा पाएंगे? जी लीजिए, खेला तेजी के साथ और एक और बाउंड्री, एक और चौका। क्या बात है, बेहतरीन प्लेसमेंट के साथ बेहतरीन हिट लगाते हुए यहाँ पे लोकेश राहुल। यहाँ पे कप्तान बाबर आजम कुछ समझाते हुए, हालांकि देखना दिलचस्प होगा क्या कुछ समझाया गया है। यहाँ पे 64 रन बना चुके हैं काफी तेजी के साथ, यहाँ पे अच्छी लय दिखाते हुए, अच्छा कार्य करते हुए यहाँ पे। और ये लीजिए थर्ड मैन की दिशा में कट करते हुए एंड 1 रन की करेंगे प्राप्ति। 5 ओवरों की समाप्ति, 5 ओवरों के बाद 79 रन। तो ये मैच अब यहां से किस स्तर का रहेगा, किस प्रकार से चलेगा, किस ओर जाएगा। 5 ओवर हो चुके हैं कंप्लीट, यहां से अब 15 ओवर बचे हुए, देखना दिलचस्प होगा। तो जी लीजिए, खेला कहीं और, गेंद गई कहीं और सीधे खिलाड़ी के पास गेंद गई। रन एकत्र करना काफी जोखिम पूर्वक हो सकता था यहाँ पे अगर रन के लिए जाते। अंतिम ओवर है पावर प्ले का, किस प्रकार की लाभकारी बल्लेबाजी करेंगे। 65 रन बन चुके हैं। केएल राहुल की क्या कोशिश रहेगी अब यहां से, किस प्रकार से यहाँ पे प्रहार, किस प्रकार से यहाँ पे, और जी लीजिए अच्छी गेंद, अच्छी उछाल। हालांकि अंपायर यहाँ पे वाइड करार देते हुए अलीमदार के द्वारा वाइड का यहाँ पे इजहार। 5 ओवर 1 गेंदे 80 रन, इस वाइड के सहारे 1 रन का हुआ इजाफा। इस ओवर की दूसरी गेंद लेके एक बार फिर रेडी, एक बार फिर तैयार है सामना करते हुए बल्लेबाज। जी लीजिए, बड़ी हिट लगाने की कोशिश, संपर्क नहीं, एक बार फिर कीपर के पास गई गेंद। अच्छी गेंदबाजी यहाँ पे पाकिस्तान के गेंदबाज के द्वारा, अच्छा कार्य यहाँ पे देखने को मिलते हुए। तो सुंदर, अति सुंदर ये मैच, अति उत्तम यह मुकाबला। ये मैच नहीं आसान, और जी लीजिए अच्छी गेंदबाजी का प्रदर्शन गेंदबाज हरीश रौफ के द्वारा। सुंदर नहीं, बहुत ही सुंदर ये मैच, बहुत ही आला ये मुकाबला। ये मैच नहीं आसान, बस इतना समझ लीजिए। और इस बार बहुत ही जबरदस्त संपर्क बल्ले के साथ, गेंद काफी गति के साथ गई, काफी तेजी के साथ सीमा पार जाती हुई 4 रनों के लिए। उच्च स्तरीय मुकाबला, उच्च स्तरीय मैच, इंटरेस्टिंग मुकाबला चलते हुए, आला मुकाबला चलते हुए। तो लाइक जरूर करना पड़ेगा अगर अभी तक आपने लाइक नहीं किया। 5.4 गेंदे हो चुके हैं फिलहाल इस ओवर की। अब अगली गेंद लेके एक बार फिर निकल चुके हैं, 31 रन दूर है। यहाँ पे देखना दिलचस्प होगा क्या करेंगे, तजीर नहीं, एक बार फिर। तो अगर बात की जाए तो लॉन्ग ऑन की दिशा में प्लेस करना चाहते हैं केएल राहुल, लेकिन यहाँ पे गेंदबाज थोड़ी सी चालाक भरी गेंदबाजी करते हुए, बट देखना दिलचस्प होगा।
लूना 25 मिशन भेजा गया था, लेकिन वो कामयाब नहीं हो पाया। लेकिन भारत ने बहुत ही कम लागत में एक निश्चित समय अवधि में इस मिशन को कामयाब करके दिखाया है। और हम जानते हैं कि जब हमारा चंद्रयान 3 मिशन कामयाब हो रहा था, उस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री जोहानिसबर्ग में थे और प्रधानमंत्री खुद भी वर्चुअली इस पूरे कार्यक्रम में शामिल हुए थे। उन्होंने उस वक्त भी वैज्ञानिकों को संबोधित किया था। और आज जबकि वो दक्षिण अफ्रीका में ब्रिक्स और ग्रीस की अपनी 2 देशों की सफल यात्रा के बाद जब पहुंचे, तो बजाय दिल्ली आने के वो सीधे बेंगलुरु पहुंचे। बेंगलुरु में एयरपोर्ट पर उन्होंने वहां मौजूद हज़ारों की तादाद में लोगों को संबोधित किया। बहुत ही संक्षिप्त बातें उन्होंने वहां रखी। उन्होंने कहा कि मैं यहाँ अपनी बातें इसलिए ज़्यादा नहीं कहूँगा क्योंकि मेरा मन उन वैज्ञानिकों से मिलने के लिए आतुर हो रहा है। मैं वहाँ जाके उनसे मिलूँगा, उनसे बातें करूँगा, उनके अनुभवों को आत्मसात करूँगा, साझा करूँगा। और ये तस्वीरें प्रधानमंत्री की वो तस्वीरें जब तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री मौजूद हैं। हम जानते हैं कि चंद्रयान 3 मिशन के जरिए भारत ने दुनिया में इतिहास रच दिया है और इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री इसरो परिसर में स्थित जो टेलीमेट्री, ट्रैकिंग और कमांड नेटवर्क सेंटर है, इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री वहां पे मौजूद हैं। हमारी सहयोगी आयशा लगातार ट्रैक कर रही हैं इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को। आयशा, मैं देख पा रहा हूं कि तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच जो कि इस पूरे मिशन में लगे हुए थे, उनके बीच प्रधानमंत्री हैं। उनके चेहरे पर काफ़ी खुशी और काफ़ी संतोष दिख रहा है और साथ ही साथ तमाम वैज्ञानिक भी काफ़ी खुश नजर आ रहे हैं अपने बीच पीएम को पाकर।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने जिस तरह से हमेशा से वैज्ञानिकों के हौसला अफजाई की है और उनका मनोबल बढ़ाया है, उसका जो नतीजा है वो प्रधानमंत्री के सामने उन्होंने पेश किया है और चंद्रयान की सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग के जरिए उन्होंने साबित कर दिया कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री जब इस तरह से वैज्ञानिकों का हौसला या मनोबल बढ़ाते हैं तो किस तरह से वैज्ञानिक इस तरह के जो सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग जैसी कामयाबी के रिजल्ट। और ये
आयशा मैं देख पा रहा हूं कि ये जो प्रज्ञान रोवर है वो जिस ट्रैक के जरिए नीचे उतरा उसके बारे में भी इसरो के प्रमुख और जो सोलर पैनल्स है उनके बारे में समझा रहे हैं।
जी जी बिल्कुल, यही वो सबसे दिलचस्प मोड़ है इस पूरे मिशन का थीम। जब लैंडर विक्रम जब चांद की सतह पर उतरा और उसके 2.5 घंटे के बाद रोवर प्रज्ञान जो है इस रैंप से नीचे उतरता है और फिर चांद की सतह की सैर कर रहा है। देखिए, रोवर जो है इस समय चांद पर करीब 1 सेंटीमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से रेंगते हुए चल रहा है। ये मानकर ये कह सकते हैं कि उसकी जो धीमी चाल है वो करीब 500 मीटर तक चलेगा लैंडर के साथ संपर्क बना के रखते हुए। और खास बात ये भी है कि रोवर अब कुछ ही दूरी पर जाने के बाद वो लैंडर की तस्वीरें भी खींचेगा। देखिए, लैंडर की तस्वीर खींचने के लिए रोवर को आगे बढ़ना होगा और रोवर में जो पेलोड्स लगे हैं, ये तमाम पेलोड्स जो है विशेष एक्सपेरिमेंट्स भी तय करेंगे जिसके जरिए लूनर सरफेस और चांद पर जो भूकंप जैसी एक्टिविटीज है, सिस्मिक एक्टिविटीज कहलाती हैं, ये तमाम चीजें क्यों होती है, चांद के जो रहस्य हैं और जो चांद पर जो सॉइल है, जो मिट्टी है, इसका कॉम्पोजिशन क्या है, ये तमाम चीजें रोवर प्रज्ञान में लगे पेलोड्स के जरिए पता लगेंगी और जितने भी गहरे रहस्य हैं चांद पर, रोवर और विक्रम लैंडर मिलकर इस रहस्य से पर्दा उठाएंगे और भारत के जो वैज्ञानिक हैं, इसरो के वैज्ञानिक इस पूरे डेटा को एनालाइज करेंगे कि पूरे 14 दिन की ये स्टडी है और 14 दिन के बाद चांद पर जो है 1 दिन खत्म हो जाता है। धरती पर 14 दिन तो चांद का 1 दिन होता है। तो 14 दिन तक वैज्ञानिक लगातार इस मिशन में डेटा जुटाते रहेंगे, एनालाइज करते रहेंगे। तो ये इस समय इसरो के वैज्ञानिक यही दिलचस्प हिस्सा जो इस मिशन का है, रैंप से कैसे प्रज्ञान को उतारा गया, कैसे प्रज्ञान तस्वीरें खींचकर भेजता रहा और लैंडर विक्रम जो है उतरते ही चांद की सतह पर उतरते ही पहली तस्वीरें भेजा था, जहां से वो जिस जगह पर वो उतरा था उसकी पहली तस्वीरें भेजा। खास बात ये भी है असीम कि विक्रम का नाम जो है इसरो के संस्थापक डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई के नाम पर रखा गया है और आज डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई ने जो सपना देखा था भारत को स्पेस क्षेत्र में एक माइलस्टोन, एक ऊंचाई पर पहुंचाने की, वो इसरो के वैज्ञानिक आज इसे सफलतापूर्वक कर दिखा रहे हैं। और रही बात G20 की, जैसे कि हम बात कर रहे थे, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने भारत की अध्यक्षता में G20 का जो मोटो है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, उसको अंग्रेजी में अगर हम ट्रांसलेट करें तो 1 अर्थ 1 फैमिली और इसके साथ 1 स्पेस भी जोड़ दिया है, यानी एक धरती, एक कुटुंब और एक स्पेस क्षेत्र, एक अंतरिक्ष, यानी अंतरिक्ष भी वो क्षेत्र अब इस पूरे मोटो के साथ जुड़ गया है, क्योंकि अंतरिक्ष टेक्नोलॉजी मानवता की उन्नति के लिए, विकास के लिए, हर देश के विकास के, न केवल भारत बल्कि जो दूसरे देश हैं वो भी चाहते हैं कि अंतरिक्ष की टेक्नोलॉजी जो है उसका इस्तेमाल कर सकें। देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पिछले कुछ सालों में जिस तरह से नेविगेशन सैटेलाइट पर नजर बनाए रखी, जिस तरह से भारत ने डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट पर एक मजबूती, एक पकड़ हासिल की टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसके जरिए जितने भी बड़े तूफान हो, जितने भी बड़े साइक्लोन्स आते हो, ये सैटेलाइट के डेटा के जरिए पहले अलर्ट घोषित होता है और इसमें कम से कम जानमाल का नुकसान हो रहा है। ये जो है पिछले 9 या 10 साल में हम अगर देखें तो इसरो ने इस टेक्नोलॉजी को, वेदर मॉनिटरिंग टेक्नोलॉजी और जो डिजास्टर वार्निंग की टेक्नोलॉजी है, इसको भरपूर डेवलप किया है, जो भारत ने दर्शाया है कि कैसे बिपरजॉय तूफान के दौरान भी कम से कम जानमाल का नुकसान हो और टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए इस तरह के साइक्लोन, इस तरह के डिजास्टर से बचे। और ये जो टेलीमेडिसिन की बात कहें, टेली एजुकेशन की बात कहें, ये तमाम चीजें इस स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का नतीजा है। और एक के बाद एक जो सैटेलाइट भारत लॉन्च कर रहा है, उसके जरिए इसके जरिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी विकास को जो दिशा देते हैं, उसमें भारत स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर इस्तेमाल कर रहा है।
बिल्कुल। ऐसे में आयशा, चंद्रयान 3 की सफलता के बाद जब इसरो प्रमुख उस दिन प्रेस को संबोधित भी कर रहे थे, उन्होंने कहा कि अब अगला मिशन हमारा जो सूर्य का है, आदित्य L1, उस पर काम करने का, और उसके बाद फिर हम दूसरे प्लैनेट जो है शुक्र ग्रह, उस पर भी जाएंगे। तो ये लगातार जो इसरो अपना कदम आगे बढ़ाते जा रहा है, उसमें प्रधानमंत्री का सपोर्ट, भारतीय लोगों का सपोर्ट और उनकी अपनी जो एक आत्मविश्वास है, वो लगातार इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ने के लिए भी उन्हें उत्साहित कर रहा है।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। इसरो के पास एक के बाद एक मिशन तैयार हैं और अब कुछ ही दिनों के बाद आदित्य मिशन लॉन्च होगा और ये बहुत बड़ा मिशन है, क्योंकि इस मिशन के जरिए भी भारत उन तमाम क्षेत्र, उन तमाम इलाकों का जायजा लेगा सूरज के आसपास और इसकी स्टडी करेगा, इसका अध्ययन करेगा। जो डेटा भारत जुटाएगा, ये भी चांद, माफ कीजिएगा, सूरज के कई रहस्यों से पर्दा उठाएगा। और खास बात यह है कि गगनयान मिशन, जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के दिल के सबसे करीब है, गगनयान मिशन जो मानव मिशन है, मानव को स्पेस में भेजने का मिशन है, ये मिशन प्रधानमंत्री के लिए बहुत ही उनके दिल के करीब है। और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इस मिशन के लिए इसरो के वैज्ञानिकों को हमेशा प्रोत्साहित करते रहे हैं। और गगनयान मिशन हालांकि पूरी अपने ट्रैक पर चल रहा था, लेकिन कोविड के चलते कुछ हद तक इसकी डेडलाइन जो है उसे बदलनी पड़ी है। लेकिन इसरो के वैज्ञानिकों को इस बात का विश्वास है कि इसे अगले साल तक ये मिशन जो है ये भी तैयार हो जाएगा और भारत अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए, स्वदेशी टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए पहला भारतीय स्पेस में पहुंचेगा। देखिए, राकेश शर्मा जो है वो भारत के एस्ट्रोनॉट थे, लेकिन जो
बिल्कुल, तो ये लाइव तस्वीरें हम देख पा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री उन तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच पहुंच चुके हैं। हम इन तस्वीरों में देख पा रहे हैं सभी लोग ताली बजाकर प्रधानमंत्री का स्वागत करते हुए, और प्रधानमंत्री इन वैज्ञानिकों के बीच, ये ही तस्वीर और इन्हीं क्षणों का, इन्हीं पलों का प्रधानमंत्री को भी इंतज़ार था और वैज्ञानिकों को भी इंतज़ार। हम देख सकते हैं कि महिला वैज्ञानिक भी इस दौरान वहाँ मौजूद हैं और इन तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच ये लाइव तस्वीरें हैं बेंगलुरु से, टेलीमेट्री ट्रैकिंग और कमांड नेटवर्क सेंटर से।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपको सुस्वागतम। On 23rd of this month, August, we made history by landing on the moon. Chandrayaan-3 landed softly on the moon. We were very fortunate to have our Honorable Prime Minister, though away, he joined us live to greet us, to congratulate us, to be with us. And thank you so much for your presence during such a historic day. You promised us that you will come and meet us on that day. And you are here. And thank you so much for your gracious presence today amongst us. And today we look forward to your words of wisdom, your vision, your expectation from us. And for all those words, we are at ears to you. Honorable प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपको मेरा स्वागत इसरो में, ये कंट्रोल सेंटर में। थैंक यू सर। So we are seeing the ramp being deployed now. This is animation. We'll see the real. Next solar panel of the ramp of the rover Pragyan opens. Then it establishes communication with the lander. Yeah. Then it slowly comes out. Now the rover has already moved 12 meters. So we'll see the onboard camera visuals. So this is a camera mounted on the side just before the ramp deployment. So what you're seeing is the deployment of the ramp with the rover mounted on that. The solar panel of the rover is deployed already and it is getting released and moving towards moon cell. So these images take a lot of time to come to Earth because data rate and processing. So now this is the early morning image of today morning. The rover is almost out of the field of view. It will turn in the day today and look at the lander and take more pictures. Thank you.
नमस्कार फ्रेंड्स, आप सभी के बीच आकर आज एक अलग ही खुशी महसूस कर रहा हूं। शायद ऐसी खुशी बहुत रेयर ओकेजन होते हैं जब तन मन खुशियों से भर गया हो। और व्यक्ति के जीवन में कई बार ऐसी घटनाएं घटती हैं कि वो बेसब्री हावी हो जाती है। इस बार मेरे साथ भी ऐसा ही हुआ है। इतनी बेसब्री, मैं साउथ अफ्रीका में था, फिर ग्रीस का कार्यक्रम था तो वहां चला गया, लेकिन मेरा मन पूरी तरह आपके साथ ही लगा हुआ था। लेकिन कभी कभी लगता है कि मैं आप लोगों के साथ अन्याय कर देता हूं। बेसब्री मेरी और मुसीबत आपकी। इतनी सवेरे सवेरे आप सभी को और इतना और टाइम, लेकिन बस मन कर रहा था जाऊं आपको नमन करूं। आपको दिक्कत हुई होगी, लेकिन मैं भारत में आते ही जल्द से जल्द आपके दर्शन करना चाहता था। आप सबको सैल्यूट करना चाहता था। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, सैल्यूट आपके धैर्य को, सैल्यूट आपकी लगन को, सैल्यूट आपकी जीवटता को, सैल्यूट आपके जज्बे को। आप देश को जिस ऊंचाई पर लेकर गए हैं, ये कोई साधारण सफलता नहीं है। ये अनंत अंतरिक्ष में भारत के वैज्ञानिक सामर्थ्य का शंखनाद है। India is on the moon. We have our national pride placed on the moon. हम वहां पहुंचे जहां कोई नहीं पहुंचा था। हमने वो किया जो पहले कभी किसी ने नहीं किया था। ये आज का भारत है, निर्भीक भारत, जुझारू भारत। ये वो भारत है जो नया सोचता है, नए तरीके से सोचता है, जो डार्क जोन में जाकर भी दुनिया में रोशनी की किरण फैला देता है। इक्कीसवीं सदी में यही भारत दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी समस्याओं का समाधान करेगा। मेरी आंखों के सामने 23 अगस्त का वो दिन, वो एक एक सेकंड बार बार घूम रहा है। जब टचडाउन कंफर्म हुआ तो जिस तरह यहां इसरो सेंटर में, पूरे देश में लोग उछल पड़े, वो दृश्य कौन भूल सकता है। कुछ स्मृतियां अमर हो जाती है। वो पल अमर हो गया। वो पल इस सदी के सबसे प्रेरणादायी क्षणों में से एक है। हर भारतीय को लग रहा था कि विजय उसकी अपनी है। खुद महसूस करता था। हर भारतीय को लग रहा था कि जैसे वो खुद एक बड़े एग्जाम में पास हो गया है। आज भी बधाइयां दी जा रही हैं, संदेश दिए जा रहे हैं, और ये सब मुमकिन बनाया है आप सबने, आपने। देश के मेरे वैज्ञानिकों ने ये मुमकिन बनाया है। मैं आप सबका जितना गुणगान करूं वो कम है। मैं आपकी जितनी सराहना करूं वो कम है। साथियों, मैंने वो फोटो देखी जिसमें हमारे मून लैंडर ने अंगद की तरह चंद्रमा पर मजबूती से अपना पैर जमाया हुआ है। एक तरफ विक्रम का विश्वास है तो दूसरी तरफ प्रज्ञान का पराक्रम है। हमारा प्रज्ञान लगातार चंद्रमा पर अपने पद चिन्ह छोड़ रहा है। अलग अलग कैमरों से ली गई जो तस्वीरें अभी रिलीज हुई और मुझे देखने का सौभाग्य मिला, वो अद्भुत है। मानव सभ्यता में पहली बार धरती के लाखों साल के इतिहास में पहली बार उस स्थान की तस्वीर मानव अपनी आंखों से देख रहा है। और ये तस्वीर दुनिया को दिखाने का काम भारत ने किया है। आप सभी वैज्ञानिकों ने किया है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत की साइंटिफिक स्पिरिट का, हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी का और हमारे साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट का लोहा मान चुकी है। चंद्रयान महाअभियान सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की सफलता है। हमारा मिशन जिस क्षेत्र को एक्सप्लोर करेगा उससे सभी देशों के लिए मून मिशंस के नए रास्ते खुलेंगे। ये चांद के रहस्य को तो खोलेगा ही, साथ ही धरती की चुनौतियों के समाधान में भी मदद करेगा। आपकी इस सफलता के लिए मैं एक बार फिर सभी वैज्ञानिकों को, टेक्नीशियंस, इंजीनियर्स और चंद्रयान महाअभियान से जुड़े सभी सदस्यों को बधाई देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, आप जानते हैं कि स्पेस मिशंस के टच डाउन पॉइंट को एक नाम दिए जाने की वैज्ञानिक परंपरा है। चंद्रमा के जिस हिस्से पर हमारा चंद्रयान उतरा है, भारत ने उस स्थान के भी नामकरण का फैसला लिया है। जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान 3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा। शिव में मानवता के कल्याण का संकल्प समाहित है और शक्ति से हमें उन संकल्पों को पूरा करने का सामर्थ्य मिलता है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट हिमालय से कन्याकुमारी से जुड़े होने का बोध कराता है। हमारे ऋषियों ने कहा है, येन कर्माण्य पशो मनीषिणो यज्ञे कुण्वन्ति विद्येषु धीरः यत्पूर्व यक्षमन्तः प्रजानां तन्मे मनः शिव संकल्पम अस्तु। अर्थात जिस मन से हम कर्तव्य कर्म करते हैं, विचार और विज्ञान को गति देते हैं और जो सबके भीतर मौजूद है, वो मन शुभ और कल्याणकारी संकल्पों से जुड़े। मन के इन शुभ संकल्पों को पूरा करने के लिए शक्ति का आशीर्वाद अनिवार्य है और ये शक्ति हमारी नारी शक्ति है। हमारी माताएं बहनें हैं। हमारे यहां कहा गया है, सृष्टि स्थिति विनाशानां शक्ति भूते सनातनी। अर्थात निर्माण से प्रलय तक पूरी सृष्टि का आधार नारी शक्ति ही है। आप सबने देखा है चंद्रयान 3 में देश ने, हमारी महिला वैज्ञानिकों ने, देश की नारी शक्ति ने कितनी बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट सदियों तक भारत के इस वैज्ञानिक और दार्शनिक चिंतन का साक्षी बनेगा। ये शिव शक्ति पॉइंट आने वाली पीढ़ियों को प्रेरणा देगा कि हमें विज्ञान का उपयोग मानवता के कल्याण के लिए ही करना है। मानवता का कल्याण, यही हमारा सुप्रीम कमिटमेंट है। साथियों, एक और नामकरण काफी समय से लंबित है। 4 साल पहले जब चंद्रयान 2 चंद्रमा के पास तक पहुंचा था, जहां उसके पदचिन्ह पड़े थे, तब ये प्रस्ताव था कि उस स्थान का नाम तय किया जाए। लेकिन उन परिस्थितियों में निर्णय लेने के स्थान पर हमने प्रण लिया कि जब चंद्रयान 3 सफलतापूर्वक चांद पर पहुंचेगा, तब हम दोनों पॉइंट का नाम एक साथ रखेंगे। और आज मुझे लगता है कि जब हर घर तिरंगा है, जब हर मन तिरंगा है और चांद पर भी तिरंगा है, तो तिरंगा के सिवाय चंद्रयान 2 से जुड़े उस स्थान को और क्या नाम दिया जा सकता है। इसलिए चंद्रमा के जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान 2 ने अपने पदचिन्ह छोड़े हैं, वो पॉइंट अब तिरंगा कहलाएगा। ये तिरंगा पॉइंट भारत के हर प्रयास की प्रेरणा बनेगा। ये तिरंगा पॉइंट हमें सीख देगा कि कोई भी विफलता आखिरी नहीं होती। अगर दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति हो तो सफलता मिलकर के ही रहती है। यानी मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, चंद्रयान 2 के पद चिन्ह जहां है, वो स्थान आज से तिरंगा पॉइंट कहलाएगा। और जहां पर चंद्रयान 3 का मून लैंडर पहुंचा है, वो स्थान आज से शिव शक्ति पॉइंट कहलाएगा। साथियों, आज भारत दुनिया का चौथा ऐसा देश बन चुका है जिसने चंद्रमा की सतह को छुआ है। ये सफलता तब और अधिक बड़ी हो जाती है जब हम ये देखते हैं कि भारत ने अपनी यात्रा कहां से शुरू की थी। एक समय था जब भारत के पास जरूरी तकनीक नहीं थी, सहयोग भी नहीं था। हमारी गिनती थर्ड वर्ल्ड यानी थर्ड रो में खड़े देशों में होती थी। थर्ड वर्ल्ड थर्ड रो में खड़े हुए लोगों में होती थी। वहां से निकलकर आज भारत दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना है। आज ट्रेड से लेकर टेक्नोलॉजी तक भारत की गिनती पहली पंक्ति यानी फर्स्ट रो में खड़े देशों में हो रही है। यानी थर्ड रो से फर्स्ट रो तक इस यात्रा में इसरो जैसी संस्थानों की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका रही है। आपने आज मेक इन इंडिया को चांद तक पहुंचा दिया है। मेरे परिवारजनों, मैं आज आपके बीच आकर विशेष तौर पर देशवासियों को आपकी मेहनत के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं। जो मैं बातें बता रहा हूं वो आपके लिए नई नहीं है, लेकिन आपने जो किया है, जो साधना की है, वो देशवासियों को भी पता होना चाहिए। भारत के दक्षिण हिस्से से चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी ध्रुव तक चंद्रयान की ये यात्रा आसान नहीं थी। मून लैंडर की सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग सुनिश्चित करने के लिए हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने इसरो की रिसर्च फैसिलिटी में आर्टिफिशियल मून तक बना डाला। इस आर्टिफिशियल मून पर विक्रम लैंडर को अलग अलग तरीके से सरफेस पर उतारकर उसका टेस्ट किया गया था। अब इतने सारे एग्जाम देकर हमारा मून लैंडर वहां गया है, तो उसे सक्सेस मिलनी ही मिलनी थी। साथियों, आज जब मैं देखता हूं कि भारत की युवा पीढ़ी साइंस को लेकर, स्पेस को लेकर, इनोवेशन को लेकर इतनी एनर्जी से भरी हुई है, तो उसके पीछे हमारे ऐसे ही स्पेस मिशंस की सफलता है। मंगलयान की सफलता ने, चंद्रयान की सफलता ने, गगनयान की तैयारी ने देश की युवा पीढ़ी को एक नया मिजाज दे दिया है। आज भारत के छोटे छोटे बच्चों की जुबान पर चंद्रयान का नाम है। आज भारत का हर बच्चा आप वैज्ञानिकों में अपना भविष्य देख रहा है। इसलिए आपकी उपलब्धि सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि आपने चांद पर तिरंगा लहराया, लेकिन आपने एक और बड़ी उपलब्धि हासिल की है, और वो उपलब्धि है भारत की पूरी पीढ़ी को जागृत करने की, उसे नई ऊर्जा देने की, आपने एक पूरी पीढ़ी पर अपनी इस सफलता की गहरी छाप छोड़ी है। आज से कोई भी बच्चा रात में जब चंद्रमा को देखेगा तो उसको विश्वास होगा कि जिस हौसले से मेरा देश चांद पर पहुंचा है, वही हौसला, वही जज्बा उस बच्चे के भीतर भी है, उस युवा के भीतर भी है। आज आपने भारत के बच्चों में आकांक्षाओं के जो बीज बोए हैं, कल वो वट वृक्ष बनेंगे और विकसित भारत की नींव बनेंगे। हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को निरंतर प्रेरणा मिलती रहे, इसके लिए एक और निर्णय लिया गया है। 23 अगस्त को जब भारत ने चंद्रमा पर तिरंगा फहराया, उस दिन को अब हिंदुस्तान नेशनल स्पेस डे के रूप में मनाया जाएगा। जब हर वर्ष नेशनल स्पेस डे साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन की स्पिरिट को सेलिब्रेट करेगा, हमें हमेशा हमेशा के लिए प्रेरित करता रहेगा। मेरे परिवारजनों, आप भी जानते हैं कि स्पेस सेक्टर का जो सामर्थ्य है वो सैटेलाइट लॉन्च करने या अंतरिक्ष की खोज से कहीं ज्यादा बड़ा है। स्पेस सेक्टर की एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत है जो मैं देखता हूं, वो है ईज ऑफ लिविंग और ईज ऑफ गवर्नेंस। आज देश में स्पेस एप्लीकेशंस को गवर्नेंस के हर पहलू से जोड़ने की दिशा में बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ है। आप लोगों ने जब मुझे प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में काम का दायित्व दिया, तो प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद मैंने भारत सरकार के जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी लेवल के ऑफिसर्स की स्पेस साइंटिस्ट के साथ एक वर्कशॉप करवाई थी और इसका मकसद ये था कि गवर्नेंस में, शासन व्यवस्था में ट्रांसपेरेंसी लाने में स्पेस सेक्टर की ताकत का ज्यादा से ज्यादा इस्तेमाल कैसे करें। तब किरण जी शायद हम लोगों के साथ काम करते थे। इसी का नतीजा था जब देश ने स्वच्छ भारत अभियान शुरू किया, शौचालयों का निर्माण शुरू किया, करोड़ों घरों को बनाने का अभियान चलाया, तो इन सब के मॉनिटरिंग के लिए, उसकी प्रगति के लिए स्पेस साइंस ने बहुत मदद की। आज देश में दूर दराज के इलाके में एजुकेशन, कम्युनिकेशन और हेल्थ सर्विसेज पहुंचाने में स्पेस सेक्टर की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। इन दिनों आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के निमित्त जो जिले जिले में अमृत सरोवर बन रहे हैं, उसका भी टैगिंग, उसकी भी मॉनिटरिंग स्पेस के द्वारा ही हो रही है। बिना स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी के हम टेलीमेडिसिन और टेली एजुकेशन की कल्पना तक नहीं कर सकते। स्पेस साइंस ने देश के रिसोर्सेज के ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन में भी बहुत मदद की है। हमारे देश के एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर को ताकत देने में, मौसम का अनुमान लगाने में स्पेस सेक्टर जो मदद करता है वो देश का हर किसान जानता है। आज वो देख लेता है अपने मोबाइल पर अगले सप्ताह मौसम का क्या हाल है। देश के करोड़ों मछुआरों को आज नाविक सिस्टम से जो सटीक जानकारी मिल रही है वो भी आप ही की देन है। आज जब देश में बाढ़ आती है, कोई प्राकृतिक आपदा आती है, भूकंप आता है, तो हालात की गंभीरता का पता लगाने में आप सबसे पहले आगे आते हैं। जब साइक्लोन आता है तो हमारी सैटेलाइट्स उसका सारा रूट बताती हैं, सारी टाइमिंग बताती हैं और लोगों की जान भी बचती है, संपत्ति भी बचती है। और सिर्फ साइक्लोन के कारण जो संपत्ति बचती है ना, उसका अगर जोड़ लगा दें तो आज स्पेस का जो खर्चा है उससे वो ज्यादा हो जाता था। हमारे पीएम गतिशक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान का आधार भी स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी ही है। और आज दुनिया भारत के इस गतिशक्ति प्लेटफॉर्म का अध्ययन कर रही है कि प्लानिंग और मैनेजमेंट में ये प्लेटफॉर्म कितना उपयोगी हो सकता है। इससे प्रोजेक्ट्स की प्लानिंग, एजुकेशन और मॉनिटरिंग में काफी मदद मिल रही है। समय के साथ बढ़ता हुआ स्पेस एप्लीकेशन का ये दायरा हमारे युवाओं के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी बढ़ा रहा है, अवसर बढ़ा रहा है। और इसलिए आज मैं एक सुझाव भी देना चाहता हूं और मैं चाहूंगा कि आपके यहां से जो रिटायर्ड लोग हैं वे इसमें काफी मदद कर सकते हैं। अब ये मत बोलिएगा कि इतनी सुबह सुबह मोदी जी यहां आए और कुछ काम भी दे करके जा रहे हैं। साथियों, मैं चाहूंगा कि इसरो केंद्र सरकार के विभिन्न मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारें मिलकर गवर्नेंस में स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी पर एक नेशनल हैकाथॉन का आयोजन करें। इस हैकाथॉन में ज्यादा से ज्यादा युवा, ज्यादा से ज्यादा यूनिवर्सिटी, ज्यादा से ज्यादा नौजवान वो शामिल हो, जुड़े। मुझे विश्वास है ये नेशनल हैकाथॉन हमारी गवर्नेंस को और प्रभावी बनाएगा, देशवासियों को मॉडर्न सॉल्यूशंस देगा। और साथियों, आपके अलावा मैं अपनी युवा पीढ़ी को एक और टास्क अलग से देना चाहता हूं। और होमवर्क के दिए बिना बच्चों को काम करने का मजा नहीं आता है। आप सब जानते हैं कि भारत वो देश है जिसने हजारों वर्ष पूर्व ही धरती के बाहर अनंत अंतरिक्ष में देखना शुरू कर दिया था। हमारे यहां सदियों पहले अनुसंधान परंपरा के आर्यभट्ट, ब्रह्मगुप्त, वराहमिहिर और भास्कराचार्य जैसे ऋषि मनीषी हुए थे। जब धरती के आकार को लेकर भ्रम था, तब आर्यभट्ट ने अपने महान ग्रंथ आर्यभट्टीय में धरती के गोलाकार होने के बारे में विस्तार से लिखा था। उन्होंने एक्सिस पर पृथ्वी की रोटेशन और उसकी परिधि की गणना भी लिख दी थी। इसी तरह सूर्य सिद्धांत जैसे ग्रंथों में भी कहा गया है, सर्वत्रैव महिगोले, सर्वत्रैव महिगोले स्वस्थानम उपरि स्थितम मन्यन्ते खेयतो गोलस तस्य क्व ऊर्ध्वं क्व वादः। अर्थात पृथ्वी पर कुछ लोग अपनी जगह को सबसे ऊपर मानते हैं, लेकिन ये गोलाकार पृथ्वी तो आकाश में स्थित है, उसमें ऊपर और नीचे क्या हो सकता है, ये उस समय लिखा गया था। ये तो मैंने सिर्फ एक श्लोक बताया है। ऐसी अनगिनत रचनाएं हमारे पूर्वजों ने लिखी हुई है। सूर्य, चंद्रमा और पृथ्वी के एक दूसरे के बीच में आने से ग्रहण की जानकारी हमारे कितने ही ग्रंथों में लिखी हुई पाई जाती है। पृथ्वी के अलावा अन्य ग्रहों के आकार की गणनाएं, उनके मूवमेंट से जुड़ी जानकारी भी हमारे प्राचीन ग्रंथों में मिलती है। हमने ग्रहों और उपग्रहों की गति को लेकर इतना सूक्ष्म गणनाएं करने की वो काबिलियत हासिल की थी कि हमारे यहां सैकड़ों वर्ष आगे के पंचांग यानी कैलेंडर्स बनाए जाते थे। इसलिए मैं इससे जुड़ा एक टास्क अपनी नई पीढ़ी को देना चाहता हूं, स्कूल कॉलेज के बच्चों को देना चाहता हूं। मैं चाहता हूं कि भारत के शास्त्रों में जो खगोलीय सूत्र है, उन्हें साइंटिफिकली प्रूव करने के लिए, नए सिरे से उनके अध्ययन के लिए नई पीढ़ी आगे आए। ये हमारी विरासत के लिए भी जरूरी है और विज्ञान के लिए भी जरूरी है। आज जो स्कूल के, कॉलेज के, यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, रिसर्चर्स हैं, उन पर एक तरह से ये दोहरा दायित्व है। भारत के पास विज्ञान के ज्ञान का जो खजाना है, वो गुलामी के लंबे कालखंड में दब गया है, छिप गया है। आजादी के इस अमृत काल में हमें इस खजाने को भी खंगालना है, उस पर रिसर्च करनी है और दुनिया को भी बताना है। दूसरा दायित्व ये कि हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को आज के आधुनिक विज्ञान, आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी को नए आयाम देने हैं। समंदर की गहराइयों से लेकर आसमान की ऊंचाई तक, आसमान की ऊंचाई से लेकर अंतरिक्ष की गहराई तक आपके लिए करने के लिए बहुत कुछ है। आप डीप अर्थ को भी देखिए और साथ ही डीप सी को भी एक्सप्लोर करिए। आप नेक्स्ट जनरेशन कंप्यूटर बनाइए और साथ ही जेनेटिक इंजीनियरिंग में भी अपना सिक्का जमाइए। भारत में आपके लिए नई संभावनाओं के द्वार लगातार खुल रहे हैं। 21वीं सदी के इस कालखंड में जो देश साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में बढ़त बना ले जाएगा, वो देश सबसे आगे बढ़ जाएगा। साथियों, आज बड़े बड़े एक्सपर्ट्स कह रहे हैं कि अगले कुछ वर्षों में भारत की स्पेस इंडस्ट्री $8 बिलियन से बढ़कर $16 बिलियन की हो जाएगी। सरकार भी इस बात की गंभीरता को समझते हुए स्पेस सेक्टर में लगातार रिफॉर्म कर रही है। हमारे युवा भी कमर कसकर तैयार है। आपको जानकर सुखद आश्चर्य होगा कि पिछले 4 साल में स्पेस सेक्टर में काम करने वाले स्टार्टअप्स की संख्या 4 से बढ़कर करीब 150 हो गई है। हम कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि अनंत आकाश में कितनी अनंत संभावनाएं भारत का इंतजार कर रही हैं। वैसे कुछ दिन बाद 1 सितंबर से माईगॉव हमारे चंद्रयान मिशन को लेकर बहुत बड़ा क्विज कंपटीशन लॉन्च करने वाला है। हमारे देश के स्टूडेंट्स इससे भी शुरुआत कर सकते हैं। मैं देश भर के स्टूडेंट से आग्रह करूंगा कि आप सभी बड़ी संख्या में इससे जुड़े। मेरे परिवारजनों, देश की भावी पीढ़ी को आपका मार्गदर्शन बहुत आवश्यक है। आप जो इतने सारे इंपॉर्टेंट मिशंस पर काम कर रहे हैं, वो आने वाली पीढ़ी ही आगे ले जाने वाली है। आप उन सभी के रोल मॉडल हैं। आपकी रिसर्च और आपकी वर्षों की तपस्या, मेहनत ने साबित किया है कि आप जो ठान लेते हैं वो आप करके दिखाते हैं। देश के लोगों का विश्वास आप पर है और विश्वास कमाना छोटी बात नहीं होती है दोस्तों। आपने अपनी तपस्या से विश्वास कमाया है। देश के लोगों का आशीर्वाद आप पर है। इसी आशीर्वाद की ताकत से, देश के प्रति इसी समर्पण भाव से भारत साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में ग्लोबल लीडर बनेगा। और मैं आपके बीच बड़े विश्वास के साथ बताता हूं, इनोवेशन की हमारी यही स्पिरिट ही 2047 में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करेगी। इसी विश्वास के साथ मैं फिर एक बार आप सबके दर्शन करके पावन हुआ हूं। देशवासी गौरव से भरे हुए हैं। सपने बहुत तेजी से संकल्प बन रहे हैं और आपका परिश्रम उन संकल्प को सिद्धि के तक ले जाने के लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा बन रहा है। आपको जितनी बधाई दूं कम है। जितना अभिनंदन करूं कम है। मेरी तरफ से करोड़ों करोड़ों देशवासियों की तरफ से दुनिया भर की साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी की तरफ से अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। धन्यवाद।
तो अपने उद्बोधन में यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने कई ऐसी खास बातों का जिक्र किया है और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण जिसका उन्होंने जिक्र किया, जहाँ पे चंद्रयान 3 का जो लैंडर, उस पॉइंट का उन्होंने नाम दिया है। उन्होंने बताया कि इस तरह की प्रथा है, उसका नाम दिया गया है शिव शक्ति पॉइंट। और यहाँ से अब
का आगमन हो चुका है। अब से कुछ ही लम्हों के बाद प्रधानमंत्री इस कन्वेंशन सेंटर को राष्ट्र को समर्पित करेंगे। और निखिल, जैसा कि
बिल्कुल बेहद महत्वपूर्ण ये क्षण है, बेहद महत्वपूर्ण ये तस्वीरें हैं और प्रधानमंत्री इस कन्वेंशन सेंटर को, एग्जीबिशन सेंटर को राष्ट्र को समर्पित करने जा रहे हैं।
शंख ध्वनि के साथ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत किया जाएगा।